Chapter 1061. As time passed, the negotiations between the various powers gradually came to an end. The powers that originally planned to send Earth Origin Realm cultivators to wipe out the Everlasting Sect also changed their minds. They still needed Earth Origin Realm cultivators, but they would no longer act alone. Instead, they would lead a large army. Other than the Earth Origin Realm, the Mortal Origin Realm and Core Origin Realm cultivators also moved out. That was the only way to show how powerful the various powers were. Furthermore, they were directly going to wipe out an entire region. They believed that from now on, the barbarian lands would disappear from the Martial Heaven continent, becoming the dust of history. Many years later, that dust would scatter and be forgotten by history. However, the matter of the various powers forcibly wiping out an entire region would become history. It would be passed down generation after generation. The various armies appeared from various places and headed towards the barbarian lands. However, the various transmission arrays near the barbarian lands had already been forcefully shut down by LV Punk. None of the major forces had brought any array masters with them, so this encirclement was destined to be a long process. At this moment, outside the Everlasting Sect, there was a group of special guests who came to visit Zichin. These were all female cultivators. They all wore white clothes and were all young and beautiful. When they arrived at the gate, they immediately caused a commotion. "Who is it?" Outside the gate, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Following that, two huge creatures appeared, emitting an extremely tyrannical aura. Feeling this aura, the Guangyu Pavilion disciples in front of the mountain gate all had shocked expressions on their faces. At such a close distance, that tyrannical aura caused their beautiful faces to turn pale. They had naturally seen human origin realm cultivators before. The reason why they were shocked was because the guardians of the gate were all at the human origin realm. Furthermore, they were beasts at the human origin realm. This was too inconceivable. Apart from being shocked, the female disciples' faces were also filled with amazement. We are here to visit sect leader Zichin." The female leader of the group, a human origin realm cultivator, suppressed the shock in her heart and spoke to the two Herculean tiger apes in front of the gate. Facing the Herculean tiger apes that were emitting a tyrannical aura, she was still able to speak. "Greetings, sect leader. Do you have an invitation?" The Herculean tiger apes asked coldly. The volume of their voices was like rolling thunder, bringing endless pressure. "I don't have an invitation, but I am Shangguan Er's master. Even if I can't see sect leader Zichin, seeing Shangguan Er is also good." The female leader said, "Senior brothers, don't scare them." "That's right, senior brother. They are from the Light Moon Pavilion and are our allies. Senior brother, let these junior sisters in." Without waiting for the mighty tiger ape to speak again, the disciples of the Everlasting Sect, whose eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, began to speak one after another. The Herculean tiger ape had been guarding the mountain gate for a few days. When this huge creature appeared, it gave them a fright. However, after they became familiar with it, they started to call it senior brother. Although they were calling it senior brother now, their hearts were already filled with disdain. Exotic beasts were still exotic beasts no matter what realm they were at. They didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Indeed, only exotic beasts could do such a stupid thing to block such a group of delicate beauties from entering. Fortunately, they were well aware that the Herculean tiger ape was a simpleton and didn't understand the ways of the world. As such, they had already gone to inform Shangguan Er. As for sect master Zichin, they also wanted to inform him, but that was only if they could see him. At this moment, in the hearts of the Everlasting Sect's disciples, Zichin was a lofty and mysterious existence. "Master, senior sister, it's you." Shangguan Er, who had received the news, rushed over. When she saw the people from the Light Moon Pavilion, her face immediately lit up with joy. "You Senior sister you, When they saw you, the group of female disciples heaved a sigh of relief. The Herculean tiger ape gave them too much pressure. They're my disciples. When she saw the two exotic beasts blocking the mountain gate, Shang Guanyu unnaturally understood what had happened. The two Herculean tiger apes glanced at Shang Guanyu, and nodded. Although they hadn't been guarding the mountain gate for a long time, they had gotten to know all the higher-ups of the Everlasting Sect. Among them, the Everlasting Sect's sect master, Zi Chen's confidants, were deeply engraved in their hearts. This was because these confidants had extraordinary strength. Other than that, they were followed by powerful fellows. If they weren't divine beasts, then they were supreme beasts. Their grades were much higher than the Herculean tiger apes. With Shang Guanyu leading the way, the rest of the journey was smooth and unobstructed. On the way, the disciples of the Everlasting Sect that they met all bowed respectfully to Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu nodded her head in response. In such a big Everlasting Sect, everyone was extremely respectful to Shang Guanyu. This really made her other senior and junior sisters envious. One had to know that the Everlasting Sect was currently the biggest sect in the entire barbarian land. Moreover, the elders of the Light Moon Pavilion had once said that the Everlasting Sect only lacked earthly origin realm experts. Once any of the important figures of the Light Moon Pavilion broke through to the earthly origin realm, their influence would not be any weaker than those aristocratic families that had existed for more than 100,000 years. Is Sect Master Zi Chen here? On the way, Shang Guanyu, Oi's senior sister, asked. Yes, he must be here. Furthermore, he is already waiting in the main hall. Shang Guanyu smiled when she heard that someone from the Light Moon Pavilion had come. She had already arranged everything. She even asked someone to inform Zi Chen, who was in seclusion, to wait in the main hall. In the main hall, Zi Chen received everyone. In addition to Shang Guanyu, his master, there were a few other familiar faces. Zi Chen had met all those years ago in Songli City. However, at that time, Zi Chen was still the target of ridicule. Many years later, Zi Chen was already a sect master with limitless potential. Sect Master Zi Chen, this time I am here on behalf of the Light Moon Pavilion to thank you. Shang Guanyu, his master, said. Zi Chen smiled and said, Senior, you don't have to be so polite. All of this was done by your... After a simple greeting, the two sides discussed the future direction of the Light Moon Pavilion. The Light Moon Pavilion would move into the Moon Clan's small world, and it was necessary to inform Zi Chen. Of course, not everyone would move. Those below the true energy realm would still stay in the Light Moon Pavilion. Today was just a visit. There were still many things to deal with in the Light Moon Pavilion. Zi Chen was also very busy, so they did not want to disturb Zi Chen. They stood up and said goodbye. However, they also promised that if the Wuji sect was in danger, the Earth Yuan realm experts of the Light Moon Pavilion would not stand by and do nothing. Zi Chen asked them to stay, but they insisted on leaving. Zi Chen sent them out of the main hall, and then Shang Guanyu did the same. On the way to the little world of the Yu clan, the other girls were walking in front, chatting nonstop. Shang Guanyu's master, however, was walking behind a female disciple. However, at this moment, she asked in the tone of an elder, Senior Master, what did you see? The female disciple's cultivation level was only at the core realm. However, to be called martial ant by a mortal realm expert, she was obviously more powerful than that. She looked back at the Wuji sect and said, very unusual. Unusual. From the sect master to the strange beasts guarding the mountain gate, they are all unusual. If I'm not wrong, Zi Chen has already sensed my presence the moment I entered the main hall. How is that possible, martial ant? The woman smiled and said, there's nothing impossible about that. Zi Chen has already achieved so much in a short 300 years. He's already an extraordinary existence. Moreover, look at those around him. The Longhu sovereign, the azure dragon, the winged divine tiger, and a unique spirit-devouring rat. That spirit-devouring rat is still in its growth stage, but it already has an extraordinary ability to find treasures. It's clearly also of a pure bloodline. After a pause, the girl continued, and his friends. Zhang Haoyan has obtained the inheritance of killing. His strength is not to be underestimated. The demon ape is a sky-splitting battle ape. Liu Peng's attainments and formations can be said to be at the Grandmaster level. Although we haven't seen that monk this time, a monk who can control the power of the mantra is naturally extraordinary. Apart from that, even his female friends are not ordinary people. That Su Mengyao must have obtained the true inheritance of the ethereal in action Tao. Her position in the ethereal sect is definitely not low, and her future is limitless. As for that Wang Xian, we haven't seen her yet, but it is said that she has already condensed the heart of the sword. In addition to the sword steel that Zichen obtained, he will definitely be in existence with the heart of the sword. As for that Lin Shui, although she is not outstanding yet, she has obtained the inheritance of Qing Nu. Qing Nu had an absolutely superior position in the Wuji sect. She also has a so we can all guess what she will achieve in the future. A shocked expression appeared on Shangguan master's face. She said, "Doesn't that mean that no matter if it is Zi Chen's women, brothers, or mounts, none of them are ordinary people?" That's only natural. Have you ever seen an extraordinary person surrounded by mortals? Have you ever seen an expert surrounded by mediocre characters? The girl seemed to have made up her mind. She said, therefore, the Wuji sect cannot be offended, even if they do not have an earthly origin realm cultivator. Once they have an earthly origin realm cultivator, it is equivalent to having another powerful existence that can casually slaughter earthly origin realm cultivators. After the people from the Guangyu Pavilion finished their visit, the people from the ethereal sect arrived a few days later. This time, it was the ethereal old man who came. Many years later, because of the changes in this area, his strength had broken through again, reaching the mortal origin realm. Su Mengyao brought the ethereal old man to see Zichen. No matter if it was Zichen or Su Mengyao, this old man was greatly indebted to them. The ethereal old man came to warn Zichen that the Wuji sect might be in trouble recently. Besides that, he also told Zichen that if there was a need, the ethereal sect would lend a helping hand, even sending an earthly origin realm cultivator. The ethereal sect, having an earthly origin realm cultivator, was somewhat out of Zichen's expectations. However, it was also reasonable because this was an extremely mysterious sect. When the Wuji sect was the strongest sect in the world, they did not even chase away the ethereal sect. It was obvious that they were not ordinary. More accurately speaking, no matter if it was the ethereal sect or the Guangyu Pavilion, they were both forces that had existed for a very long time. They were not formed in the past 10,000 years. Su Mengyao had already sensed the danger in advance, so the Wuji sect had already made all the necessary preparations for battle. The only thing they lacked was an earthly origin realm cultivator. With the promise of the ethereal sect and the Guangyu Pavilion, the last problem was solved. Chapter 1062. Pressure. Zichen felt a great deal of pressure, and this was even after the projection of the Saint Burial Ground had appeared. Apart from Zichen, everyone else also felt an unusual aura. The projection of the Saint Burial Ground seemed to be about to materialize. The aura it released was even stronger, and the pressure was even more intense. Whether it was Su Mengyao or the Floating Mist sect, they both predicted that the Boundless sect would be in trouble soon, and that it would involve the destruction of the sect. Therefore, there wasn't much time left for Zichen. He abandoned all social activities and focused on closed-door cultivation. The Boundless sect continued to be managed by Wang Qiong, while Zhang Haotian, the demon ape Lu Peng, and the others headed to the various smaller worlds to build up the boundless sex beast army. As for the others, they were also making good use of the time to cultivate, striving to break through again before the trouble arrived. The earthly Yuan warrior in the light moon pavilion suppressed her aura and entered the small world of the Moon Clan. She was very sensitive to the aura of the saint's burial ground. It seemed like she was being targeted. During this time, Shang Guanyu also took out 2 spiritual weapons and gave them to the light moon pavilion. As for herself, she kept one for herself. At the same time, she also asked the blacksmith of the Wuji sect to make a new spiritual weapon for her. The Thunder spirit hadn't come out since entering the Thunder clan's small world. He'd been in closed-door cultivation in the Sea of Lightning. This time, Zichun had decided to go into closed-door cultivation in the Sea of Lightning as well. Lightning surged violently in the Sea of Lightning. Just a few bolts of lightning could transform into a lightning dragon. When Zichun arrived, the Thunder Clan's mortal origin realm cultivators were having a great time fighting the lightning dragon. When they saw Zichun arrive, they all attacked and destroyed the lightning dragon, then saluted Zichun. "Patriarch, are you here to cultivate?" Zichun nodded. "I'm going into closed-door cultivation until I break through." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zichun's figure flashed and charged towards the Sea of Lightning. When he was still 100 meters away, a lightning dragon appeared and roared, charging madly at Zichun. All the human origin stage warriors opened their eyes wide, waiting to see how their clan leader would kill the Thunder Dragon with ease. However, they were disappointed. Zichun didn't take the initiative to attack. The Thunder Dragon smoothly reached him and entangled Zichun. At the same time, Zichun entered the Sea of Lightning amidst the flashing lightning. It was unknown whether he was forcibly dragged in by the lightning dragon or had rushed in by himself. With a flash of lightning, Zichun's figure vanished, leaving behind the crowd of Origin Realm cultivators looking at each other. When he entered the Sea of Lightning, Zichun felt a wave of pressure from the lightning. There was lightning everywhere in the Sea of Lightning, and the rampaging lightning power surged endlessly. Zichun advanced 1,000 meters in one go. During this time, half of the lightning dragon coiled around him had disappeared. Strands of lightning power passed through Zichun's skin and entered his body, being absorbed by his body until the entire lightning dragon disappeared. After 1,000 meters, another 1,000 meters. Although he hadn't reached his limit yet, he could feel that if he went any deeper, it would affect his cultivation speed. Thus, he sat down cross-legged, and the golden lightning seal between his brows suddenly disappeared. The moment the lightning seal disappeared, the sound of rolling thunder came from all directions. Then, one after another, the lightning turned into lightning dragons and wreaked havoc toward Zichun. At this moment, Zichun's body was also releasing lightning. Although he was sitting cross-legged in the midst of the lightning, he was like a motionless lightning dragon. When the other lightning dragons came in contact with Zichun, they didn't explode violently. Instead, they attached themselves to Zichun's body. However, the invisible aura of lightning released by the lightning dragons was still frightening. Only someone with a strong physique like Zichun could withstand it. If it was anyone else, they would have been blasted to pieces by the powerful aura released by the lightning dragons. With the lightning dragons wrapped around his body, Zichun began to absorb the lightning power in them bit by bit. After a lightning dragon was completely absorbed, the lightning power in it would be completely refined and turned into perfect Yuan energy, allowing him to make another breakthrough in his strength. Zichun's strength was already at the peak of the middle stage of the mortal Yuan stage. He was only a step away from the late stage. That was why he came here to cultivate in seclusion. This lightning sea was specially built for the mortal Yuan stage of the Lightning Clan. Zichun's cultivation speed inside was many times faster than outside. In the Wuji sect, everyone was busy. After the other clans felt the pressure, they came to negotiate with the Wuji sect many times. However, almost no results were obtained, because no one knew whether the pressure came from the Saint Burial Ground or from the outside world. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During this period of time, Zi-Chun cultivated day and night. The number of lightning dragons he refined was uncountable. The perfect Yuan energy in his abdomen had finally reached a state of saturation. It seemed that a breakthrough was only a matter of time. However, this situation was already like this 5 days ago. But after 5 days, Zi-Chun still hadn't made a breakthrough. This was not his bottleneck, so he wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, he was still refining the lightning dragons and purifying the perfect Yuan energy in abdomen. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. Zi-Chun, who had his eyes closed, refined another lightning dragon. At the same time, he subconsciously refined the next one. These days, this action had become a habit. The newly refined perfect elemental energy entered Zi-Chun's dantian, and the fully saturated elemental energy in his dantian finally started to vibrate at this moment. Following that, the perfect elemental energy started to vibrate, and wave after wave of energy started to spread out from the inside, creating a huge ripple. At the same time, a powerful suction force came from Zi-Chun's body. He was like a hungry passerby, wanting to devour all the food in sight. At this moment, the surrounding lightning energy was Zi-Chun's food. Pum, pum, pum. Under the powerful suction force, the lightning dragons, coiling around Zi-Chun, instantly exploded. At the same time, the lightning dragons near Zi-Chun also exploded. A storm of lightning energy appeared in the next moment. Zi-Chun was in the eye of the storm, madly absorbing this lightning energy. In addition to the lightning dragons, many high-grade Yuan liquids appeared at the same time. After these liquids appeared, they also exploded. The rich and pure Yuan energy within was forcibly torn apart and swallowed by the storm of lightning energy, and then absorbed by Zi-Chun. The storm of lightning energy spread, shaking the entire sea of lightning. The entire sea of lightning became extremely unstable because of Zi-Chun's breakthrough. The lightning energy within was even more violent than before. In the sea of lightning, 2 rays of light flew out one after another. It was Laming and Laming. Seeing the storm of lightning energy and sensing the powerful and familiar aura within, Laming was pleasantly surprised. He broke through. Zi-Chun broke through. He's in the late stage of the mortal realm. Laming was naturally very happy and excited that Zi-Chun had broken through. However, Laming's expression was extremely gloomy. He said angrily, "Damn it! How did he break through so quickly? I'm only in the middle stage. How did he break through so quickly?" Laming was obviously very angry at Zi-Chun's breakthrough, but when he saw the storm of lightning energy within the sea of lightning grow larger and larger, he immediately released his perception. Then his expression changed greatly. Damn it, he's trying to take advantage of the fact that he needs a huge amount of elemental energy to crazily absorb the surrounding lightning energy. He's taking advantage of the gap in the rules. He's cheating. Lei Ling suddenly jumped up in exasperation. What gap in the laws? Laming asked, puzzled. As for Laming being so agitated, he had long since become accustomed to it. As long as one was a member of the everlasting sect, there was no one who didn't know about the enmity between him and Zi-Chun. When breaking through, the body will need an extremely large amount of pure energy. This energy needs to be absorbed from the outside world. Normally, this energy needs to be refined, so the absorption speed will be very slow. However, when breaking through, there will be invisible laws descending from the heavens and earth. Under these laws, the huge amount of energy that the body lacks will instantly transform into energy within the body. Don't ask me why this is, because when it comes to laws, everything is very mysterious. Laming explained, when Zi-Chun breaks through in the sea of lightning, he directly turns his body into the eye of the storm. Like a bottomless pit, he starts to madly absorb the lightning energy. In an instant, the lightning energy is refined into perfect yuan energy. Therefore, the longer Zichen stays in the eye of the storm, the more perfect yuan energy he will be able to absorb. Therefore, after breaking through, his cultivation will increase crazily, unlike others who still have to stabilize their cultivation after breaking through. Lei Ming's eyes lit up as he said, "There is such a thing? Doesn't that mean that if he crazily absorbs the lightning energy, his strength will increase by another realm?" Lei Ming said, "In theory, that is the case. However, the suction force formed by the power of laws has a time and range limit. If Zichen was in an ordinary place with dense spiritual energy, then although he would form a spiritual energy storm, whether it was the scale or the density of the lightning energy, it would be much worse than now. That is to say, as long as he is in an area with dense spiritual energy when breaking through, then his cultivation will increase by a large amount. Of course not. In addition to these reasons, there is also the constitution. If the constitution is weak and the body isn't strong, then when a huge amount of energy is absorbed into the body, not only will it not be immediately converted into yuan energy, but it will also directly cause the body to explode because of absorbing too much energy." Lei Ming understood this explanation. It was like a person who could only eat one steamed bun at a time. If he was given 10 steamed buns and forced to swallow them, he would probably choke to death. The power of laws could also allow one to swallow 10 steamed buns at a time, but once they entered the body, they would not be able to digest them and would immediately explode. If it was yuan energy, then it would immediately explode. Sure enough, the huge commotion caused by Zichen's breakthrough only lasted for a few breaths before the expanding energy storm showed signs of dissipating. Finally, when the invisible power of laws dissipated, the lightning storm also exploded with a loud bang. The powerful aura released by Zichen's body was still there, but it was much stronger than before. I knew it. In just a few breaths, he has absorbed at least 10 years of bitter cultivation left. Lei Ming said in an extremely dissatisfied tone after sensing Zichen's aura. Chapter 1063. Using the boundless lightning energy as the foundation for breaking through. One could absorb the lightning energy crazily, stabilizing one's realm and bringing it to the next level. This was something that Zichen had unintentionally come into contact with in the lightning divine temple. In a short 50 years, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds because of the lightning energy crazily absorbed in the lightning divine temple. The lightning power there was even purer and more refined than the lightning power in the Sea of Lightning. Zichen's absorption speed was even faster. At that time, it could no longer be considered absorption. It was more like devouring. The lightning power was endless. As long as he could absorb it, it would continue to appear. With the experience from last time, Zichen had chosen to break through in the lightning sea with the same intention. Although the effects of this breakthrough were far inferior to the lightning divine temple, Zichen was still very satisfied. At the very least, he had stepped into the late stage of the human core realm and stabilized his realm. Next, he would stride towards the peak of the human core realm and break through to the earth core realm. Lightning surged around his body. Zichen's battle prowess had increased tenfold because of his breakthrough. The current him dared to fight an earth core realm expert. Zichen walked out of the lightning sea and saw the expressions of the two. Lei Ming excitedly said, "Zichen, congratulations on your breakthrough." Zichen nodded and smiled. Then he saw the pursed lips of the lightning spirit. Without saying anything, he stepped forward and kicked the lightning spirits, but with a flash of light, the lightning spirit was sent flying. Zichen's voice sounded, "Don't be lazy. Hurry up and cultivate." The lightning spirit plunged into the lightning sea, and its roar was drowned out by the thousands of lightning bolts. No matter how long the road was, there would be a day when it came to its end. The various forces finally passed through the demon territory, the out territory, and then the Bedlam lands, and finally found the savage lands by flying. As soon as they appeared, they felt the oppressive aura that filled the area. Everyone, from the Earth core realm to the core realm, had a change in expression at this moment. According to the original plan, after they entered the savage land, they would start slaughtering all the way to the Wuji sect. However, the oppressive aura that even Earth origin stage cultivators felt made them give up on the idea of slaughtering billions of creatures. They decided to go to the Wuji sect first. Along the way, when they learned that the everlasting sect master Ziqin had returned, they surrounded him and headed towards the everlasting sect. Along the way, what they saw the most wasn't how desolate and dilapidated this barbarian land was, but the entrances and exits of various small worlds. There were so many small worlds here that even the Earth origin realm cultivators were surprised. In the end, they had to admit that they had underestimated this barbarian land. It was definitely not a coincidence that this barbarian land was once glorious. Who would have thought that there would be such dense spiritual chi in this barbarian land? I didn't expect there to be so many small worlds in the barbarian lands. Furthermore, the requirement for one's cultivation is quite high. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? After the various factions arrived, there were too many things that they had never expected to see. This place was filled with an unusual aura. As they approached the Wuji sect, the density of the spiritual chi in the air was beyond imagination. The density of the spiritual chi was comparable to that of a cultivation holy land. This was something that they had never expected. The place where the pressure is coming from is the saint's burial ground. It is said to be the burial ground of a saint. It is extremely mysterious. There are only 4 saints' burial grounds in the entire Tianwu continent. Now that one has suddenly appeared, I'm afraid there will be something unexpected. On the way here, some of the local cultivators had already gathered information about this place. Indeed, the saint's burial ground is known as the most mysterious place in the entire Tianwu continent. Since we are lucky enough to encounter it, we should go and investigate. Leave one person to lead the team and destroy the Wuji sect. The rest of you will follow us to investigate. The Earth Origin Realm cultivators quickly reached an agreement. One Earth Origin Realm cultivator would stay behind and the rest would go to the saint's burial ground. Soon, they arrived at the saint's burial ground. When they saw the illusory image of the huge castle, they were immediately shocked. What a terrifying pressure! It actually makes me tremble. It is already so powerful before it even takes shape. I think it will be even more powerful and terrifying after it takes shape. The huge castle had completely appeared, and it was showing signs of materialization. It would not be long before it appeared. The Earth Origin Realm cultivators began to investigate the surroundings of the castle. From time to time, they would launch 1 or 2 attacks to test it out. Outside the Wuji sect, the Human Origin Realm and Dan Origin Realm cultivators had already surrounded the place. The next step was to break the formation and kill them. An Earth Origin Realm cultivator was floating in the air, looking down at the Wuji sect. Beside him were 3 late-stage Human Origin Realm cultivators. Ziqin had killed too many Origin Realm cultivators, so he had successfully attracted a lot of hatred. When they heard that they were going to destroy Ziqin's sect, and that they might even be killed by Ziqin, they volunteered themselves to follow along. "Who is it?" A loud shout came from the Wuji sect, and then a huge figure appeared. The Herculean tiger ape was the first one to appear. When it saw the many humans above, its expression changed. It immediately called for its companions, and at the same time, it sent out a signal as fast as it could. "How dare you behave so atrociously in the Wuji sect? Piss off!" The loud shout came again, for Herculean tiger apes rushed out of the mountain gate and jumped into the air, launching powerful attacks. Pum, 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 pum. Light flashed and energy clashed. Explosions came from the sky. The 4 Herculean tiger apes rushed up, but they were blown back as fast as they could. They crashed into the formation and landed in front of the mountain gate. Then the Herculean tiger apes spat out blood, and their eyes were filled with shock. In just one attack, the 4 Herculean tiger apes had been defeated, and the attackers were only 3 human origin realm cultivators. Enemy attack! Then a sharp scream came from the Herculean tiger apes. Obviously, they had realized that these humans were not ordinary. The sound of air breaking came from the Wuji sect, and beams of light started to flash. Soon, many powerful cultivators of the Wuji sect gathered in front of the mountain gate. When they saw the densely packed, powerful cultivators in the sky, their expressions changed. There are so many people here, and we didn't notice anything. What are the people we sent to watch them for? A leader said angrily. The 2 sides were separated by a formation. With the formation's protection, the Wuji sect's people were not happy. Since the enemy dared to come here, they must have come prepared. Sure enough, the next moment, a shout came from the sky. Zichen, come out and die! The cold and murderous voice spread throughout the Wuji sect, and the Wuji sect's disciples fell into panic. The demon ape was the first to appear. When it saw the middle-aged man, its pupils shrank, and it said in a low voice, "Earth Origin Realm." Wang Qiong followed, closely behind the demon ape, and his expression was not good either. Tell Zichen to come out and die, or the entire sect will be destroyed. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator finally spoke, but his voice was lazy, as if he didn't care at all. It was as if Zichen was just a cat or a dog in his eyes. Indeed, Zichen was only at the human origin realm. No matter how heaven-defying a human origin realm cultivator was, he would not be a match for an Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Zichen saw the Earth Origin Realm cultivator in the sky, and his expression changed. However, his thoughts were completely different from the others. He was puzzled as to why there was only one Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Although he had already guessed that the major factions would seek revenge, why was there only one Earth Origin Realm cultivator? One had to know that there were 3 spiritual bodies here, but there was only one Earth Origin Realm cultivator. However, even though he was puzzled, Zichen was still secretly delighted. This was because he could still deal with an Earth Origin Realm cultivator if he used all his skills. As for the Mortal Origin Realm cultivator and the Dan Origin Realm cultivator, Zichen did not care about them at all. Even if they surrounded the entire Wuji sect, Zichen wouldn't be afraid of them, let alone the fact that they had the advantage in numbers. Sect Master. Seeing Zichen appear, everyone's eyes fell on Zichen. Their faces were filled with nervousness and anticipation. Zichen had created countless miracles along the way. They were all hoping that Zichen could create another miracle at this moment. Zichen nodded and walked out of the seal. You are Zichen. Above, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator coldly stared at Zichen. Naturally, he knew who Zichen was. At this moment, he was using such a tone to express his disdain. Zichen, today is the day you die. Not only will you die, but your Wuji sect will also be destroyed today. The 3 spirit bodies also opened their mouths. The anger and hatred in their voices were perfectly expressed. In everyone's mind, after Zichen appeared, he would definitely ask who they were and what they were doing here. Wasn't it shameful for an Earth Origin Realm cultivator to fight against a human origin realm cultivator? They thought that Zichen would use harsh words to question or humiliate the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. After all, Zichen was a harsh person. As for begging for mercy, they never thought of it. After all, Zichen was their mortal enemy. There was no such thing as begging for mercy. However, no matter how they guessed, they could not guess what Zichen would do when he saw the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. And this time he would attack. As soon as Zichen walked out of the seal, before he could say a word, everyone saw his figure suddenly become blurry, like a phantom. Boom! Before everyone could react, a loud explosion came from beside them. Then, a golden wave spread out in all directions. The three spirits were the first to bear the brunt of the impact and were sent flying far away. In the air, Zi-Chen's figure reappeared. He stood in front of the Earth Origin Realm Cultivator and launched a powerful attack. He actually took the initiative to attack. This scene was completely out of everyone's expectations. Boundless golden light flashed. Zi-Chen's first attack was the close combat combo technique. His golden figure kept changing, and all kinds of physical attacks were displayed. The powerful force broke through the air and hit the Earth Origin Realm Cultivator in front of him. Under this series of attacks, all sorts of energy explosions rang out one after another. Wave after wave of terrifying energy appeared in front of the two of them and then rushed out in all directions. Chapter 1064. Close Quarters Combat Techniques referred to close quarters combat. Every part of the body was capable of launching an extremely sharp and terrifying attack. The golden light kept flashing. Zi-Chen's attack was very beautiful, but it was also very ruthless. Once Zi-Chen got close to a spirit body of the same level, he would launch a close-range combo attack. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. At this moment, Zi-Chen was performing such a beautiful combo on an Earth Origin stage cultivator. While the Wuji sect was shocked, they also let out thunderous cheers. However, the cheering only lasted for 3 breaths before it disappeared completely. It was as if all the people who were cheering had been strangled. In midair, Zi-Chen's attacks were magnificent. His attacks were as fast as lightning, and the sounds of his attacks were like thunder. However, in front of him, the Earthly Origin Realm Cultivator was standing there, indifferent and disdainful as he stared at Zi-Chen. Between the two of them, there was a transparent light shield separating them. Although Zi-Chen's beautiful attacks were very powerful, they couldn't break through the transparent light shield. They couldn't even shake it. What an idiot. This is a light shield formed by the power of rules. Who does he think he is? The difference between the human realm and the earthly realm is like the difference between heaven and earth. It's impossible for him to fight against someone who is stronger than him. Under the power of rules, everything is just an ant. Seeing this, the 3 spirit bodies sneered. At the same time, the human realm cultivators from the big sects also laughed. Overestimating himself was the best way to describe Zi-Chen. However, Zi-Chen didn't seem to hear the mockery around him. He was still attacking crazily until he finished a combo. His breathing became rapid and he stopped. Hundreds and thousands of powerful attacks didn't achieve the expected result. The light shield was still there. Seeing Zi-Chen tired, the Earthly Realm Cultivator asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You stopped?" Zi-Chen didn't say anything. Earth Yuan continued. "Everyone says that you are unparalleled. I'm very curious, so I want to see it for myself. Continue attacking. Let me see how strong you are." Earth Origin Boundary had a playful expression on his face, but his expression suddenly turned cold. His voice also became cold. "But if you give up attacking, then I can guarantee that you will die in the next moment." This was a real threat. If he didn't attack, he would die. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to exhaust Zi-Chen to death. In the distance, mocking laughter rang out once more. Then the cultivators of each faction put on an expression as if they were watching a monkey show. "I'll kill you!" A loud shout rang out from below. It was the devil ape, who couldn't bear to see Zi-Chen being humiliated. It was furious and was about to step forward. Demonic ape, stand down. A cold spiritual sense exploded from the devil ape's sea of consciousness. The devil ape's charging figure immediately stabilized, and its angry face was full of unwillingness. Zi-Chen didn't explain. After taking a deep breath, he launched another attack. Once again, a beautiful attack was launched, but the effect was the same as before. He couldn't break through the defense formed by the rules, even if it was just a trace of them. Haha, keep attacking, keep attacking. Remember, once you stop, it will be the time of your death. Earth Yuan laughed carelessly. He wanted to humiliate Zichen. Once he was done, he would kill him. The second set of attacks was quickly completed. It was another hundreds and thousands of attacks. Naturally, there was no defense. Zichen's breathing became rapid. This was a sign that he had used up a lot of energy. His forehead was already covered in sweat. He gasped for breath, and his eyes stared at Earth Yuan in front of him, full of unwillingness. What's wrong? Are you unwilling and helpless? Do you want to kill yourself? Continue, don't stop, or else. Earthly Yuan realm once again mocked, but this time before he could finish speaking, he saw a vicious glint flash across Zichen's eyes. This vicious glint even contained a hint of madness. For some reason, even though Earthly Yuan realm knew that Zichen would not be able to harm him, he felt a bad premonition in his heart. In the next moment, an object appeared in Zichen's hand. It was a rectangular block that shone brightly like a brick. Zichen grabbed it in his hand and viciously smashed it forward. As the brick moved forward, a loud sword hum sounded out. The bright light it released turned into thousands of sword lights in the next moment. Pum! The brick landed on the light barrier, and an earth-shattering sound rang out. A terrifying force rushed into the light barrier, causing it to distort and tremble violently. This sight caused a strange expression to appear on the Earthly Yuan stage practitioner's face. However, after seeing that the light barrier had not been destroyed, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he only needed a tenth of a breath's time to restore the light barrier to its original state. Unfortunately, Zichen didn't intend to give it to his opponent in such a short time. A light flashed from the side, and Zichen's other hand also appeared with a brick. He held the brick in the same position, and with the same force as before, he smashed it on the same spot on the light barrier. The light barrier, which was already violently distorting, was hit by such a powerful blow before it could even recharge. The light barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally reached its limit, and with a loud bang, it exploded. After the two bricks on the light barrier were destroyed, Earth Yuan was revealed. At this moment, Earth Yuan's face was filled with disbelief and shock. This shock caused him to be stunned for less than a tenth of a breath's time. At this moment, Earth Yuan felt his vision darken. A stone wall, which was as large as a mountain, viciously smashed towards his face. The stone wall emitted thousands of sword lights, and thousands of sword hum rang out in his ears. Almost without any warning, he was smashed by the stone wall. Pum! The fully enlarged sword steel hit Earth Yuan, and with a loud bang, his face instantly became a bloody mess, blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, the powerful blow from the sword steel forced Earth Yuan to take 5 steps back. But just as he took 4 steps back, his vision turned black again, and another sword steel appeared in front of him. Pum! Then there was another loud bang. Of the 9 sword steels, Zichen had lost 1, and there were 8 left. Besides the 2 that had turned into bricks, there were 6 that could be used to attack. Thus, 6 loud bangs rang out in the sky. Pum! 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 After the 6 explosions, the Earth Origin disciple was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the sword steel. There was a large amount of blood in the air as he flew backward. His body became unstable in the air, and then he fell to the ground. In a flash, Zichen attacked 8 times in a row, and after the 8 attacks, only a breath's time had passed. In just a breath's time, the situation had changed. Earth Yuan had been smashed away, and this made everyone present fall into a state of shock and petrification. The reason for that was because the scene before them had truly surpassed common sense. It was truly inconceivable. In that sort of situation, it was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, the shocked crowd had a deep respect for Zichen. The world was silent for 3 seconds. In these 3 seconds, there was no sound at all. But after 3 seconds, an exasperated and murderous voice rang out, "Little bastard, I will kill you." It was Earth Yuan's voice. His opponent was still full of qi and did not look weak at all. Zi Chen's nervous expression changed again. He smiled bitterly. Sure enough, Earth Yuan is not that easy to kill. He had calculated carefully and caught his opponent off guard. If it was a human Yuan spirit, he might have been able to kill a few of them. But against an Earth Yuan spirit, he only made his opponent look a little embarrassed. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator flew up again. His face was still covered in blood and flesh, but he was not seriously injured. The murderous aura around him was so strong that it even made the grand protective array tremble. Go to hell! His opponent rushed towards Zichen without any hesitation and attacked him fiercely. Swoosh! On Zichen's back, the heavenly thunder wings stretched out. These were the 4 wings after the fusion. As the wings vibrated, a force appeared, and Zichen disappeared from where he was. The place where he was just standing was instantly turned into a black hole. The horrifying energy spread out through the black hole, causing the protective formation to shake violently. Swoosh! Swoosh! Then, Earth Yuan launched a few more attacks, but Zichen dodged them all with his extreme speed. Earth Yuan's attacks contained the power of rules. Once they hit Zichen, he would be killed in one hit. His body was not strong enough to resist the power of rules. Kid, do you only know how to run? Earth Yuan missed a few times, and at the same time, he sensed that Zichen was even faster than him. He was slightly shocked. Zichen did not say a word and dodged again with his extreme speed. If you try to run again, I will destroy your Wuji sect first. Unfortunately, he could not touch Zichen, not even the corner of his clothes. Earth Yuan could only threaten him. As you wish. Zichen, who had been dodging, suddenly turned around and rushed towards Earth Yuan. Earth Yuan sneered. His attacks contained the power of rules again, and he was determined to kill Zichen in one hit. Die. The sharp attack landed on Zichen's face. Clang! A sword steel appeared in front of Zichen at the right time, blocking the attack for him. At the same time, the other sword steels whistled and smashed towards Earth Yuan. Kid, you still want to use the same move? Let me tell you, it is useless against me. Earth Yuan sneered and easily launched one attack after another with the power of rules. Every time an attack appeared, a sword steel would be knocked away. Clang! 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 Sword steels were knocked away, one after another. Attacks containing the power of rules were extremely terrifying. Ordinary things would break upon contact, and even spirit weapons would not be able to block them. Only sword steels could block Earth Yuan's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the 8 sword steels were knocked away. They didn't cause any trouble for the Earth Yuan realm cultivator. His face that had regained its original appearance had a sinister smile on it. I told you it's useless. Today is the day you die. Is it really useless? Just when Earth Yuan had made up his mind to kill Zichen, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. The voice belonged to Zichen, who was at the Earth Origin stage. With a shout, he turned around and attacked. This attack contained the power of rules. As long as it hit Zichen, Zichen would die. Chapter 1065. It was a dragon's head that was emitting a bright golden light. There were golden, electric snakes running around its body. It was just a majestic dragon's head, and there was nothing special about it. Logically speaking, earthly realm cultivators should not be bothered by it. However, he could feel a mysterious aura from it. This aura was indescribable, but it made him feel a sense of danger. His expression changed instantly, and his lightning-fast attack quickly turned into a defensive stance. The dragon's head whizzed down with a force that was not as strong as the sword steel. It first hit the defensive energy that contained the rule energy. Bang! The omnipotent rule energy was nothing in front of the dragon's head. The dragon's head directly destroyed the attack, and the rule energy immediately disappeared. At the same time, the dragon's head continued to whiz forward and hit Earthly Realm Cultivator's hands. Immediately after, a clear cracking sound was heard. Earthly Realm Cultivator's arms were instantly pulled back. Earthly Realm Cultivator took this opportunity to retreat a dozen steps and avoid the dragon's next attack. What is that? After successfully injuring Earthly Realm Cultivator, everyone's attention was attracted by the dragon's head. However, in their eyes, it was just a normal dragon's head, and there was nothing special about it. Why was this dragon's head able to make Earthly Realm Cultivator suffer? After retreating, Earthly Realm Cultivator's face was filled with shock. He had suffered a great loss from the dragon's head, but he still did not understand what the dragon's head was. However, he had a very clear feeling that the dragon's head had a natural destructive effect on the rule energy. His expression was uncertain, and at the same time he became more serious. He no longer underestimated Zichen. With his extreme speed and this strange dragon's head, Zichen definitely had the ability to protect himself. Zichen was slightly surprised that the dragon's head was so powerful. However, he suppressed this surprise in his heart. He had already sensed that the dragon's head was not ordinary, and he decided to take a risk. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. His hands tightly grasped the end of the dragon's head, and he took a step forward. He swung the dragon's head and smashed it forward. Kaboom! A huge hole was smashed in the sky. The gold and silver energies started to spread. Zichen did not hesitate to use 2 types of perfect yuan force, causing the power of this attack to increase by several times. The Earthly Origin Realm Cultivator struck out with his palm, mobilizing even more rule force. The palm instantly collided with the dragon head, and a violent explosion rang out once again. The void was torn apart, and the black hole extended into the distance. Energy ripples surged out in all directions like waves. The cultivators of the major powers in the distance all ran even further away to hide, fearing that they would be affected by the shock waves. In the air, the dragon head and the palm imprint were locked in a stalemate. The destructive energy continued to spread, and after a breath of time, the palm imprint directly exploded. At the same time, Zichen tightly grasped onto the dragon head and passed through the surging energy, viciously smashing towards the Earth Yuan stage. Bang! The Earth Origin Realm Warrior was pushed back again. Now he was sure that the dragon head in front of him was extraordinary and had a restraining effect on rules. After the first strike, Zichen struck again. The lightning wings on his back vibrated, displaying extreme speed as he swung the dragon head with all his might. The Earth Origin Realm cultivators started to dodge because the dragon head's power was too terrifying. Don't dodge. Fight me face to face if you can. Zichen coldly sneered. His breathing became more rapid, and his energy consumption was increasing. Being suppressed by a human origin realm cultivator in front of so many people, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator felt humiliated. He coldly snorted, and then mobilized even more rule force, launching a counterattack against Zichen. 2 rays of light constantly flashed in the sky, and one after another, large holes were created in the void. The 2 figures merged and then separated again. Puff! In the air, the sound of flesh being attacked continuously rang out, and blood mist and blood rain fell from the sky. There was golden blood rain and red blood mist. No matter which side it was, they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. In a direct confrontation, Zichen actually injured the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. After another explosion, the 2 separated again. This time, they did not take the initiative to attack each other. Zichen gasped for breath, and the sweat on his body mixed with blood dripped down. Whether it was activating the sword steel or activating the dragon head, both consumed a lot of energy. After several exchanges, the yuan power in Zichen's abdomen was showing signs of depletion. However, Zi-Chen's exhaustion was not in vain. The clothes of the Earth Origin Realm cultivator in front of him were torn in many places, and one could see fine wounds through his clothes. In addition, Zi-Chen had used the dragon head to break half of his opponent's ribs. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator's face became gloomy. After several fierce exchanges, he had to admit that he could not kill Zi-Chen, who had the dragon head, by himself. If he was not careful, he might even die here. Just as he was thinking about whether he should ask for help, the void in front of him exploded, and the surrounding spiritual qi formed a storm, rushing towards Zi-Chen. This was the special ability of the spiritual body, and it was not afraid of consumption. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator naturally knew this. Let's delay for a while. They should be here soon. If I send the signal now, I will be ridiculed. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator immediately made up his mind and rushed towards Zi-Chen again. Zi-Chen stood in the middle of the spiritual qi storm, and seeing the Earth Origin Realm cultivator approaching, he clenched the dragon head in his hand and smashed it towards the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Boom! The void shattered again, and a terrifying lightning force surged in the black hole, and the Earth Origin Realm cultivator rushed out in a sorry state. Zi-Chen's spiritual qi ended at this moment, and his injuries were almost healed. The yuan power in abdomen was filled again, and he was almost at his peak state. Therefore, another battle ensued. However, this battle was destined to be a close match. Zi-Chen could not kill the Earth Origin Realm cultivator, and the Earth Origin Realm cultivator could not kill Zi-Chen with the power of the rules. For a human origin stage cultivator to have the battle prowess of an Earth Origin stage cultivator, this was extremely inconceivable to the crowd. Normally, these cultivators would be terrified, but today they were only shocked and surprised, not fearful. This was because they did not only have one Earth Origin Realm cultivator, but many of them. As long as they could hold on for a while, Zi-Chen would be dead for sure when the other Earth Origin Realm cultivators arrived. Because of this, they were not anxious or worried. Only the Earth Origin Realm cultivators were furious. If there were no accidents, this battle would last until the other Earth Origin Realm cultivators arrived. Then they would work together to kill Zi-Chen and destroy the Wuji sect until the last person was killed, and the mission would be completed perfectly. However, as long as one lived in this world, there would always be accidents, big and small. And right now, there was one such accident. Think of a way to bring him here. An old voice sounded in Zi-Chen's mind, and at the same time, a dot was marked in Zi-Chen's mind. It was a location. Below this location was the alchemy peak of the Wuji sect. The one who just transmitted the message was the Wuji cauldron spirit, the senior who had lived for countless years. Zi-Chen had complete trust in the cauldron spirit. Therefore, in the following battle, Zi-Chen began to retreat without leaving a trace. His body swept past the mountain gate and gradually retreated towards the dot. During this time, the energy shock waves from the two's attacks caused ripples to appear on the great defensive formation below. As if sensing that this was a trap, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator became extremely vigilant and actually did not take the initiative to move forward. Zi-Chen's expression was calm, as if everything was within his expectations. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator's lack of vigilance was abnormal. While restraining the Earth Origin Realm cultivator, he transmitted his spiritual thoughts. Demonic ape, do it! A ripple of light appeared on the great defensive formation, and the demonic ape, who had long been prepared, turned into a beam of black light and rushed out. Knowing that he only had one chance to attack, he naturally displayed all his potential in an instant. His body moved at a speed not inferior to Zi-Chen's, and arrived within 5 meters of the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Pitch-black energy appeared out of thin air like chains, and then coiled around the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's body with the agility of a spirit serpent. After activating the confinement ability, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator felt that the energy in his body actually began to go out of control at that moment. However, this situation only lasted for a short instant. It was so fast that it felt like an illusion. However, this was not an illusion. Just as Zichen shouted the two words demonic ape, he had already rushed towards the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. After activating the confinement ability, the demonic ape had already arrived in front of the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. The two were very close to each other. Zichen swung the dragon's head and smashed it towards the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's head. The dragon's head was right in front of the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's head in an instant. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator was unable to dodge the attack. Although the dragon's head was terrifying, it was simply unrealistic for it to kill an Earth Origin Realm cultivator with a single strike. Therefore, when the Earth Origin Realm cultivator saw that there was no way to dodge the attack, he did not panic or panic. He calmly raised his hand, and before the dragon's head reached him, he mobilized the Edict of Nature to the greatest extent and struck a blow toward Zichen's chest. Pow! The two attacks landed on the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's body at almost the same time. Blood spurted out from the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's head as he was sent flying. Zichen's chest was fiercely attacked. Under the powerful impact, the dragon's head in his hand was knocked away. His entire body was sent flying high into the sky. Golden blood was like raindrops as it sprinkled down from Zichen's body. Haha! The Earth Origin Realm cultivator's body landed on the ground, almost smashing into the formation. Meanwhile, Zichen was sent flying into the air. The two could be said to be one on top of the other. However, Zichen was clearly in a much more miserable state than the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Moreover, this attack could very well have seriously injured Zichen. Therefore, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator could not help but laugh out loud. However, his laughter quickly stopped, as if someone was strangling his neck. This was because the seal below had suddenly been broken. A resonant dragon's roar sounded out from below. Chapter 1066. Blue flames rose from the ground, and smoke spewed out from the cauldron. This scene was extremely similar to the scene of alchemy. The earthly Yuan stage was swallowed into the cauldron by the fire dragon. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief as they wondered if the earthly Yuan stage was going to be used as a material to be refined. This was an unimaginable scene, extremely shocking. Bang, bang. A sound came from the cauldron. It was the earthly Yuan stage that was unwillingly hitting the cauldron. However, this kind of powerful attack could only be heard and could not move the cauldron at all. After all, this was the everlasting pill cauldron, the everlasting sect's most precious treasure. Zichen, you despicable person, let me out. Let me out and fight me head-on. Despicable person, do you dare to fight me head-on? The earthly Yuan stage's furious voice came from the cauldron, along with various other sounds of hitting. Zichen's figure appeared in the air with the help of the devil ape. He looked down at the cauldron and coldly said, "If we were at the same level, I would be able to kill you in one blow. You are not worthy of fighting me head-on." Another bang came from the cauldron, followed by the earthly Yuan stage's voice. "Shameless, despicable, you idiots! Hurry up and send the signal for reinforcements." Before the earthly Yuan stage could finish his words, the entire cauldron lit up with a ray of light. This ray of light enveloped the entire cauldron. Immediately, the sounds of hitting from the cauldron disappeared along with the earthly Yuan stage's voice. An endless amount of earthly fire completely engulfed the cauldron. The previously opened formation in the sky was activated once again until it completely covered the alchemy peak. Everything returned to normal, except for the earthly Yuan stage's figure. Everyone was completely stunned. If no accident or miracle happened, the earthly Yuan stage would never be able to come out again. Yet a human yuan stage had actually killed an earthly yuan stage. Just thinking about it made them feel that this was an extremely inconceivable matter. This was an inconceivable miracle, a miracle that made some people happy and some sad. While everyone was still in shock, the three spiritual bodies were the first to react. One of them had a shocked expression on his face as he shouted at Zichen, "Zichen, how dare you scheme against an earthly origin stage cultivator? Do you know what kind of trouble you've brought to the Wuji sect? Hurry up and release the Earth origin stage cultivators. Do you want the entire Wuji sect to be destroyed?" Another person threatened. Looking at the three of them, Zichen's face was filled with mockery as he said, "Haven't we already become mortal enemies? Also, aren't you here to destroy my Wuji sect? Why does it matter if he dies or not?" Dense killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes as his words faded. The same was true for the devil ape beside him. Below them, even more killing intent surged. When it came to a battle of life and death, who would be destroyed would be another matter altogether. Not only did the Wuji sect's dense killing intent not frighten the spirits, but it also infuriated them. One of them shouted, "Zichen, don't be complacent. You've only killed an Earth origin stage cultivator. Let me tell you, we didn't send just one Earth origin stage cultivator this time. There are 8 of us. Do you understand what this means? Let me tell you, even if the gods help you today, you'll still die." Then the spirit said loudly, "Send a signal to the others." Zichen was stunned by the spirit's words. The killing intent on his body vanished in an instant. At the same time, the faces of the cultivators below were filled with astonishment. There was also a trace of fear and panic within the astonishment. As for the extremely dense and firm killing intent from before, it had completely vanished. They naturally didn't fear this army in a battle of strength, but if there were 7 Earth origin stage cultivators, they didn't have any confidence at all. Earth origin stage cultivators were known as Inhumans. In front of Inhumans, how could they be a match? Originally, Zichen was wondering why there was only one Earth origin stage cultivator. Now that he heard this, he was relieved. He frowned and thought about how to deal with the 7 Earth origin stage cultivators, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't think of a way. In the face of powerful force, all schemes and tricks were useless. The signal was sent to the sky with a sharp whistle. They believed that the Earth origin stage cultivators would arrive soon, and the Wuji sect would be destroyed very soon. It was only a step away from the saints' burial ground completely appearing in front of the world. The 7 earthly Yuan realm warriors had been searching around the area for a long time. They had found a few places with solid bodies, but they were unable to enter. It was as if those bodies were in another world. Even though they had used some of the power of the rules, they were still unable to enter. Just when the 7 of them didn't know what was going on and wanted to wait here for the saints' burial ground to appear so that they could be the first to investigate, for Earth origin stage cultivators suddenly appeared. Among the 4, there were 2 men and 2 women facing them from afar. Naturally, the 7 of them were surprised to see Earth origin stage cultivators in this area. The 2 sides had been staring at each other for a long time, but no one spoke. During this time, they heard the sound of energy explosions, but they guessed that it was caused by the attack on the Wuji sect, so they didn't pay much attention to it. They should be an external force targeting the Wuji sect. I didn't expect them to really come, and 7 of them at once. The Wuji sect is really in danger this time. The 2 men and 2 women were from the Floating Mist sect and the Moon Pavilion, respectively. They were also here to investigate the saints' burial ground, because they had a feeling that the saints' burial ground was going to appear soon. They didn't expect to meet these Earth origin stage cultivators here. As for why they didn't go to the Wuji sect, but came here first, even an idiot could guess that it was because of that extraordinary pressure. On the other side, the 7 Earth origin stage cultivators were discussing. The Wuji sect definitely doesn't have Earth origin stage cultivators. They are not from the Wuji sect. They should be from some mysterious force. One of them said, "The 7 of us can definitely kill them, but we can't guarantee that they will try their best to take 2 of us with them. So, should we kill them or not?" Looking at the 4 people in front of them, the 7 of them hesitated, not knowing if they should attack or not. Suddenly, a sharp signal came from the sky. "It's a signal." The 7 of them raised their heads. After seeing the signal, their expressions changed. "It's a signal for help. Something must have happened. Let's go and check it out." The 7 of them glanced at the 4 people in the distance coldly, then turned into beams of light and flew toward the Wuji sect. The battle between Earth origin stage cultivators was unusual. It was impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Plus, if one of them wanted to run, no one could stop him. Therefore, after hearing the signal, the 7 of them gave up the idea of attacking. "It's from the Wuji sect." Seeing the direction of the signal, the 4 of them changed their expressions immediately. "Let's go and check it out. No matter what happened, we have to help them." The 4 of them followed, closely behind, turning into beams of light. Outside the Wuji sect, Zichen's injuries had recovered in a short period of time. During this time, he swallowed a highly effective elixir and activated a recovery ability. The demon ape stood beside Zichen, holding the black stick in his hand. He looked ahead cautiously, but his attention was in the distance. One had to know that the other party had said that there were 7 Earth origin stage cultivators. The Wuji sect could only deal with 1 Earth origin stage cultivator, let alone 7. Moreover, there were strong and weak earthly yuan stage cultivators. The previous one didn't use any spatial confinement technique, so he was obviously the weakest one. It took him so long to deal with the weakest one. It wasn't hard to imagine how difficult it would be to deal with the other 7. But no matter how difficult it was, they had to deal with them. During this time, Zichen asked Wang Qiong to send a message for help. What happened? The 7 Earth origin stage cultivators arrived and shouted from afar. "Sir, they—" A spirit body went up to greet him and reported the battle as quickly as possible. What? They were on par with Feng Mu. And Feng Mu was refined as a material. After hearing what happened, the 7 of them were obviously shocked. Obviously, both the dragon head and the cauldron were extraordinary existences. For a moment, the 7 of them had different ideas. The sound of something breaking through the air came again. Then, 4 figures flew from afar, heading straight for Zichen. Seniors. Seeing the 4 Earth origin stage warriors, Zichen let out a sigh of relief. For allies had arrived in time, so it was not impossible for them to win this battle. "Zichen, what happened?" One of the floating mist sect's Earth origin stage cultivators asked. "They wanted to destroy my Wuji sect. I killed an Earth origin stage cultivator." Zichen explained simply. A strange look flashed across the 4's eyes. Their hearts were filled with shock. To be able to kill an Earth origin stage cultivator was enough to prove how extraordinary the Wuji sect was. After a simple exchange, the 7 Earth origin stage cultivators walked to the front. They ignored Zichen and looked at the 4 Earth origin stage cultivators. "Do you know who we are?" The man who asked Zichen a moment ago chuckled. "What? You want to use your status to pressure us before we even fight?" "We are not using our status to pressure you. We're telling you that a wise man submits to circumstances. Today, our target is the Wuji sect. If you try to interfere, then your family or sect will suffer the wrath of our clan. I believe that there are not many clans in the world that can withstand our wrath." The man coldly said, "Is this a threat? This is the truth." "Haha, what a good truth. What if we insist on interfering? Then wait for the wrath of the major factions to engulf your sect or clan. Plus, you only have 4 people. We have 7 people. The outcome of this battle will be decided in a single glance. The Earth Origin Stage cultivator from the Floating Mist sect did not mind at all. He waved his hand and said, "Cut the crap! If you want to fight, then let's fight." In contrast to the Floating Mist sect's arrogance, the two girls from the Moonlight Pavilion were silent. However, they did not back down. Their resolute expressions showed their determination. Ignorant. Kill them. 7 against 4. Let's see how you die. The Earth Origin Stage cultivators from the major factions were finally enraged. They prepared to surround and attack. Chapter 1067. When Zichen said 7 versus 7, he didn't mean 7 versus 7. Instead, he wanted to find some people to deal with 7 earthly Yuan stage practitioners. Of course, the prerequisite was that the 7 earthly Yuan stage practitioners were not beyond his imagination. The earthly Yuan stage was beyond the limits of mortals. It was a whole new realm and a whole new world. In this world, there were naturally strong and weak, normal and strong. The weakest was the earthly Yuan stage practitioner who was swallowed by the fire dragon. He had just broken through to the earthly Yuan stage and only knew how to use the power of the rules. This kind of practitioner had already touched the rules and was extremely powerful in the eyes of mortals. They were almost like gods. However, without the ability to control space, they were at the bottom of the pack. In the earthly Yuan stage, this kind of practitioner was the weakest. The stronger one was the demon that sealed Zichen. That kind of practitioner could already control space and was not an ordinary practitioner in the earthly Yuan stage. If there was such a practitioner among the 7 earthly Yuan stage practitioners, the Wuji sect would have been wiped out today. Seniors, I'll have to trouble you to fight against the 4 strongest ones. Zichen sent a voice transmission for help. A loud laugh came from the mouth of the Floating Mist sect's earthly Yuan stage practitioner. There is no strongest one here. The difference in cultivation between the two sides is not big. They are all in the first stage. As for the second stage, they don't have the time to come here and kill a small sect. As he finished speaking, the 4 of them rushed forward and fought the 4 earthly Yuan stage practitioners. The 4 of them led the other 4 away from the battlefield and fought in the sky. At the same time, Zichen also spread out his lightning wings and controlled the 8 sword steels to rush towards an earthly Yuan stage practitioner. He wanted to use his own strength to block the attack of an earthly Yuan stage practitioner. He didn't want to kill the opponent, but only wanted to restrain him. Of the 7 earthly Yuan stage practitioners, 5 had already met their match. There were only 2 left. The devil ape held the black stick and rushed into the sky to fight an earthly Yuan stage practitioner. This earthly Yuan stage practitioner was a middle-aged man in a black robe. When he saw the devil ape, his face was filled with mockery. A mere middle-stage, human Yuan stage practitioner dared to fight him. This was simply courting death. He raised his hand and pressed downwards. A terrifying palm print appeared in the sky and pressed down on the devil ape. This palm contained the power of rules. It was so powerful that it was almost impossible for the demonic ape at the middle stage of the human primordial realm to withstand it. However, just as he struck out with his palm, Earth Yuan Jing felt a chill behind him, and within that chill there was a trace of danger. This was the qi that he was most familiar with. Before he reached the Earth Yuan stage, he had suffered a lot from this kind of qi. He had been in danger many times. Sensing this familiar killing intent once again, his expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and threw out an attack behind him. Pooh! Monstrous killing intent surged out crazily at this moment. A blood-red light burst out, and a stone sword with boundless killing intent flashed and disappeared. Seeing the scratch on his shoulder, the Earth Yuan disciple's face darkened. He had sensed that the assassin's cultivation level was also in the middle stage of the mortal Yuan realm, but he had been wounded by such a small fry. It was humiliating. Humiliation. I want you to die. The Earth Yuan disciple roared. He immediately released his perception and extracted the power of rules in the air. Zhang Haotian's hidden figure was immediately discovered. Following that, the Earth Yuan disciple launched a powerful attack towards a certain direction. However, just as the attack appeared, he sensed a vast qi coming from above his head. He raised his head and saw that several array flags had appeared in the sky. At this moment, the array flags had been lit up. A psychedelic light shrouded him, and from the array flags, terrifying attacks were released one after another. Taking advantage of the moment when LV Peng launched his attack, Zhang Haotian cleverly dodged the attack. However, the demonic ape had also dodged the attack by relying on its extreme speed. LV Peng, Zhang Haotian, and the demonic ape worked together to pin down an Earth Yuan disciple. However, the three of them were obviously at a disadvantage and were chased away by the Earth Yuan disciple. Haha, they're all gone. I'm the only one left. Do you want me to break through the great defensive spell? The 6 Earth Yuan disciples all had their own opponents, so there was only one left. He laughed loudly. The space above the Earth Yuan disciple's head suddenly split open. Following that, a ferocious head appeared. It was a ferocious and terrifying head. After it appeared, it shot towards the Earth Yuan disciple like a lightning snake. Just a human Yuan disciple. Facing the Black Tortoise's attack, the Earth Yuan disciple didn't care. He raised his hands and used the power of rules to attack above his head. Bang! The two powerful forces collided in the air, causing a loud explosion. The Earth Yuan disciple's power of rules was instantly shattered by a powerful force. However, at the same time, the Black Tortoise's head also retracted like a lightning bolt. However, it wasn't over yet. Just as the Black Tortoise's head retracted, a figure formed by lightning appeared above the Earth Yuan disciple. It was an extremely handsome young man at the middle stage of the human Yuan disciple. His hands were tightly grasping a dragon head that was surging with lightning, and he smashed it down towards the Earth Yuan disciple's head. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Earth Yuan disciple's head was smashed. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The Earth Yuan disciple's body also fell down uncontrollably and heavily hit the ground. In the air, when the Thunder Spirit saw that its attack actually had such an obvious effect, a complacent expression immediately appeared on its face. It said to Zi-chan in the distance, "Did you see that? I knew that this thing can only display its true power in my hands." Boom! The sky shook at this moment. A giant creature fell from the sky. It was a black tortoise. Its body was as big as a mountain. The tortoise's back was covered with sharp barbs like a sharp weapon. The black tortoise was already at the human Yuan disciple level when Zi-chen was still in the air. It had lived for countless years. Zi-chen's strength had increased by 2 whole stages. The black tortoise couldn't be justified if it still didn't break through. It was at the peak of the human Yuan disciple level, also known as the completion of the human Yuan disciple level. It was only 1 step away from the Earth Yuan disciple level. It was the real strongest cultivator of the Wuji sect. After the black tortoise revealed its true form, an extremely violent qi was released from its body. Sensing this qi, all the Earth origin stage cultivators looked at the black tortoise. Their faces were filled with shock and surprise. Obviously, they hadn't expected that the Wuji sect would have such a powerful cultivator as one of the pure-blooded ancient beasts. Even if it wasn't at the Earth Yuan disciple level, it definitely had the power to fight against an Earth Yuan disciple. They thought it was going to be an easy battle. They didn't expect that something unexpected would happen and make the battle more difficult. The cultivators who were watching from afar were also shocked by the black tortoise's shocking appearance. At this moment, the Wuji sect's power had completely surpassed the human Yuan disciple level. If they didn't have an Earth Yuan disciple with them, they would have suffered a great loss. On the ground, the Earth Yuan disciple rushed up to the sky. Although his face was still bloody, as long as his mind wasn't damaged, he wouldn't die. Die! He shouted and rushed towards the black tortoise like a madman. The black tortoise stretched out its claws and slapped downward. This attack didn't contain the power of the rules, but the powerful force tore the space apart. It seemed to be even more powerful than the Earth Yuan disciples' attack. The only difference between the two was the power of the rules. The two forces collided, and an explosion sounded again. The black tortoise's powerful attack completely blocked the power of the rules. In the midst of the explosion, the power of the rules was dissolved, and the power of the rules was also dissipated. At the same time, the powerful force pushed the Earth Yuan disciple down. On the contrary, the black tortoise's body only shook a little, and it easily dissolved this powerful attack. Again, the thunder spirit shouted. Its body appeared in the sky like a ghost. It waved its dragon head again and smashed towards the Earth Yuan disciple's head. Even though he had reacted in advance, such a hasty attack was still broken by the thunder spirit. Once again, the thunder spirit hit the head of the Earth Origin Stage cultivator. His body swayed 3 times and fell to the ground once again. The battle was 7 against 7. The demon ape's side was at a disadvantage. They could only passively defend and wait for an opportunity to attack. However, the black tortoise's side had the upper hand. The other battles were still undecided. However, it seemed that the battle was a draw. The group of Origin Realm cultivators from the Wuji sect had joined forces and managed to pin down 3 Earth Origin Realm cultivators. This was truly unbelievable and shocking. At the same time, they couldn't help but imagine that if someone like this could be so powerful in the mortal realm, then once he broke through to the Earth Origin Realm, he would probably be able to defeat everyone in the same realm. The Boundless sect was actually home to so many individuals with such great potential. It was hard not to be startled and apprehensive. On the demon ape side, the 3 of them couldn't hold on any longer. They were only in the mid-mortal realm. It was already impressive that they could hold back an Earth Yuan disciple for a while. The 3 of them had consumed a lot of energy, and they were already injured. If they continued, they would die. The demon ape said, "We can't hold on any longer. Attack first, and then switch." The other 2 didn't say anything, but their cold expressions said it all. Among the 3 of them, the demon ape was the first to attack. He mobilized all the demon chi in his body and approached the Earth Yuan disciple at an extreme speed. Then he used the confinement technique on his opponent. The Earth Yuan disciple's body was sealed by the demon chi chains. The energy in his body went out of control. However, just like before, the confinement technique could only last for a short time, but it was enough for the other 2 to launch an all-out attack. Suddenly, thousands of sword lights shot out from the formation flag and slashed towards the Earth Yuan disciple. At the same time, a wave of murderous intent arrived in front of the Earth Yuan disciple. An extremely sharp stone sword pierced towards the Earth Yuan disciple's heart. Puff! The stone sword had only pierced an inch into the Earth Yuan disciple's heart when it encountered a great resistance. Then, a powerful shockwave blasted Zhang Haoyin away. The stone sword in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand. The sword light attacks launched by LV Peng were also shattered by the powerful shockwave. However, those sword lights also made the Earth Yuan disciple look extremely miserable. Being put in such a miserable state by 3 ants, the Earth Yuan disciple's anger had reached its limit. Therefore, in his fury, he launched his most powerful attack at the 3 of them. But who would have thought that after the 3 of them launched this attack, their bodies flashed and they completely retreated from the battle. In the next moment, the Wuji sect's great protective array began to tremble. Then a light shadow rushed out. After the light shadow rushed out, it turned into a giant beast. It was a strange beast with a dragon head and a tiger body. It was known as the Dragon Tiger Sovereign. Chapter 1068. Wherever Longhu passed, the void would shatter, and a large black hole would appear. Blood, chi surged, and an endless golden light lit up the sky. The Supreme Beast's aura swept across the sky, and there seemed to be a trace of the power of the rules of order within the aura. Boom! Longhu's huge body crashed into the earthly Yuan realm, and a black hole appeared in the sky. Inside the black hole, there was a raging spatial turbulence. Longhu's attack was powerful, but the speed of his attack was extremely fast. It was a sneak attack, and the earthly Yuan realm did not even have time to react. He was sent flying dozens of meters away, and Longhu's huge body was also pushed back a few meters. Longhu was only at the middle stage of the human realm, and his strength was not strong. However, the aura of a supreme beast was enough to shock everyone. He stood in the air, and his body seemed to be made of gold. The devil ape and the others quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield and recovering from their injuries as soon as possible. Longhu looked fierce, but there was a huge gap between their realms, and he could not hold on for long. Longhu appeared in the sky, and then a tiger roar resounded. A white tiger with wings appeared from the seal below. It was the flying divine tiger. After it appeared, it did not engage in close combat like Longhu, but directly used its innate ability. An illusionary figure appeared behind it, which shrouded the sky and the sun. It was said to be the ancestor of the flying, godly tiger tribe. The white tiger shadow's eyes were cold. As the flying divine tiger attacked, the huge shadow also reached out its claws and slapped towards the earthly Yuan realm. This claw naturally tore the space apart, and it carried a terrifying aura. If there was some more power of the rules of order, it could definitely kill the earthly Yuan realm. The earthly Yuan realm shouted, and started to extract the power of the rules of order from the void, and directed it towards the tiger claw. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and the power of the rules of order from the tiger claw and the earthly Yuan realm dissipated. Another huge hole appeared in the sky, but it quickly healed. The flying divine tiger's powerful appearance shocked everyone. However, after that attack, it had used up a lot of its energy, and it looked slightly dispirited. Fortunately, it was only a temporary restraint, and there was no need for him to risk his life. By the time the Earth Origin Realm warriors reacted, the dragon tiger and the flying tiger were already at a disadvantage. Colorful blood sprinkled down from the sky, and the two beasts were also injured. They were exhausted and could not hold on any longer. Change people! Hurry up and change people! The flying god tiger, who was coughing up blood, hurriedly shouted, "You won't be able to escape." The earthly Yuan boundary coldly shouted as he chased after the flying divine tiger. Hallucinatory light suddenly appeared around the Earth Origin Realm. It was LV Peng who had activated the array. The flying divine tiger had successfully escaped, and Longhu had also retreated. Then, the three who had completely recovered stepped forward. The battle had reached a stalemate once again. 7 against 7. 7 Earth Origin Stage warriors didn't even have the slightest advantage. It was unbelievable. However, in their opinion, the current situation was already the limit of the Wuji sect. Even a human origin stage cultivator could break this deadlock, let alone an Earth Origin stage. On their side, there were still 3 spiritual bodies. Naturally, they could break the stalemate. Unfortunately, the Earth Origin Stage warriors were all prideful. None of them were willing to let the 3 spiritual bodies fight. However, since the 3 of them were spiritual bodies, they were naturally knowledgeable. They could see that the battle had reached a stalemate, and it was time for them to make a move. Kill! 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 3 shouts rang out as the 3 spiritual bodies rushed towards the battlefield. They could see that the 3 spiritual bodies were the first to attack. As long as they could restrain the 3 spiritual bodies, they would be able to free up an Earth Origin Stage warrior and completely change the situation. However, just as the 3 of them moved, a sharp sword aura shot out from the mountain gate. The sword aura headed straight for one of the spirit bodies. After the spirit body shattered the sword aura, he saw a beautiful woman in white appear in front of him. The lady was Wang Xian. She held a spirit weapon in her hand. She looked at the spiritual body in front of her and said coldly, "Your opponent is me." A cold light flashed in the spiritual body's eyes. However, before he could say anything, the long sword in Wang Xian's hand trembled. The sound of the sword rang out as a sharp sword technique was fully displayed. This was a sword technique that she had comprehended from the sword steel. Its power was naturally not weak. Although it wasn't enough to kill a spiritual body, it was enough to restrain him. Out of the 3 spirit bodies, one was being held back. This was already unbelievable enough. But then, 2 more beams of light flashed. In front of the other 2 spirit bodies, there were 2 beautiful women. One of them was emitting a misty light. It looked like she was wearing a layer of moonlight. Her face was beautiful, but the aura around her was too cold. There was an aura that kept people 1,000 miles away. The other one was wearing a green robe. Her eyes were big and clear, like a pure green lotus. However, this was only her appearance. At this moment, there was an aura that made most people feel danger surging in her body. After that, the battle started. The 3 of them perfectly explained to the world that their combat strength was just like their appearance. They couldn't be ignored. The 3 spiritual bodies were actually restrained for a short period of time. The 3 of them had already made their moves. Su Mengyao appeared. She stood in the void and looked forward calmly. Once one of the 3 sisters lost, she would release a ray of energy in advance to help her. The 4 beauties, whose realms were not very high, were able to pin down 3 invincible spirit bodies in the late stage of the mortal core realm. It was unbelievable. With beauties fighting, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Not only were the 4 beauties beautiful, but they were also very powerful. Everyone was in awe of them. The battle was once again at a stalemate. The earthly origin realm experts were so angry that they stomped their feet. At the same time, they were shocked. The 4 earthly origin realm experts who came to help were also shocked. They never thought that the Wuji sect had grown to such a level. So what? You are still going to die. The earthly origin realm expert roared and launched one powerful attack after another. Although it was a stalemate, Zi Chen's side had too many mortal origin realm experts. There would be a time when they would be exhausted and couldn't be replaced. When that time came, it would be time for them to launch a desperate counterattack. Right now, all they needed was a loophole. However, even if they won the fight, it would still be a shame for them to find a loophole in the human origin stage. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, the old voice that would decide the outcome of the battle sounded again. All right, that's enough. It was the voice of the cauldron spirit. The moment the voice sounded, the Wuji sect experts became excited. Victory or defeat was decided at this moment. The black tortoise, who had the upper hand in the clash with the earthly origin realm experts, suddenly retracted all 4 of its limbs and head into its shell after hearing the voice. Then it manipulated the shell, made a half circle in the air, drew a perfect arc in the air, and smashed towards the earthly origin realm expert. The earthly origin realm expert's expression changed greatly as he tried his best to block the attack. Bang! The precepts were shattered. The enormous tortoise shell was sent flying and smashed into a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak instantly shattered. The earthly origin realm expert was also sent flying several hundred meters away. Let me. The thunder spirit's voice sounded. It controlled the dragon's head and smashed it towards the earthly origin realm expert. Scram! The earthly origin realm expert roared. His eyes were filled with anger. He had already prepared himself for the thunder spirit's attack. This time, he used even more precepts to hit the dragon's head. The powerful energy dispersed the lightning on the dragon's head. Then the thunder spirit and the lightning dragon were sent flying. With his earth origin stage body, he was only pushed back 2 meters, which was almost negligible. At this moment, he was at least a few miles away from Medicine Refinery Peak. It was unrealistic for him to lure the other party over or fight his way over. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar sounded between heaven and earth. The earthly origin realm expert felt the sky suddenly darken. He subconsciously looked up. Immediately his eyes widened. His eyes were filled with shock. A dragon appeared in the sky. It was an azure dragon that was emitting an endless amount of azure light. The azure dragon's body was extremely huge. At a glance, it was probably more than 10,000 meters long. At this moment, its huge body was hidden in the clouds. The majestic dragon's head was staring at the earthly origin realm expert. The pressure that belonged to a totem beast swept across the land. Dragon, it was a real dragon. The appearance of the real dragon in the sky shocked the earthly origin realm expert. At the same time, it also shocked the big forces. Seeing the real dragon in the sky and feeling the pressure that came from the soul, they all had the urge to kneel down and worship it. After the dragon's roar, the azure dragon moved. It stirred up the clouds in the sky. As the clouds rolled, a huge wave of energy swept across the sky and hit the earthly origin realm expert fiercely. A thick dragon tail pierced through the clouds and hit the earthly origin realm expert's body with unparalleled power. It caused a loud bang. The sound was like thunder, shocking everyone. However, the destructive power of the dragon tail was far from what the earthly origin realm expert had imagined. Suddenly, he remembered that the azure dragon was only at the human origin realm. He hated himself for losing control of himself. The attack of the dragon tail was not enough to kill him. The earthly origin realm expert's expression returned to normal in an instant. However, his body was pushed back by the impact of the dragon's tail. While he was flying back, his rule force was also neutralizing the power of the dragon's tail. He was sent flying for a few miles. The earthly origin realm expert's expression suddenly changed. He had a bad feeling. However, at that moment, a light shadow appeared beside him. It was Zichin. Zichin, who appeared, started to mobilize the two perfect yuan forces in his body. He then directed the yuan forces into his arms, clasped his hands together, and hit the earthly origin realm expert's abdomen. Bang! After the hit, the earthly origin realm expert's body paused in the air for a moment. Then his body fell straight down like a cannonball. The sect protection formation was activated at that moment. Two fire dragons intertwined with each other and flew up into the sky, bearing their fangs and claws at the earthly origin realm expert. No, his body was completely out of control. The earthly origin realm expert couldn't help but scream when he thought of Feng Mu's fate. He kept on mobilizing his rule force to stabilize his body, but it was useless. Zichin had used all of his strength in this attack. Although it was not enough to kill the earthly origin realm expert, it was enough to send him flying for a few hundred meters. Chapter 1069. The two fire dragons dragged the earthly realm cultivator into the cauldron, and the cauldron's lid closed. The entire world suddenly fell silent at this moment. No one spoke. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the gigantic, everlasting cauldron on top of Alchemy Peak. This cauldron, which was much larger than an ordinary cauldron, had swallowed and refined an earthly realm cultivator. Now it had swallowed another one. It seemed that this earthly realm cultivator would not be able to escape the fate of being refined and killed. The battle was originally 7 against 7, and both sides were evenly matched. But now that one of the opponents was down, the outcome of the battle was naturally different. 7 earthly realm cultivators, 6 of them were left. When there were 7 of them, the everlasting cauldron could kill one of them, let alone now that there were only 6 of them left. Everything became simple. Zichen and the others only needed to hold on for a little while longer. When the everlasting cauldron was free, they would kill another one, and so on until all the earthly realm cultivators were killed. When that time came, the army that came would naturally be destroyed. The everlasting sect, under the leadership of Zichin, had created another miracle. Blue flames rose from the ground, and the cauldron began to emit smoke. Screams of agony could be heard from inside the cauldron. These screams were extremely shrill, and at the same time they were filled with fear and terror. Apart from the shrill screams, there were also sounds of cracking, which made the sound extremely unpleasant to the ears. Even though the screams only lasted for a breath of time before the light from the cauldron completely enveloped it, and the array closed up again, the screams were like a slap to the head, waking up everyone who was still in a daze. Then there was an uproar. "Oh my God, 7 earthly realm cultivators, and one of them is dead. Another one is dead. The everlasting sect's methods are truly unbelievable." The cultivators on the side of the big sects were shocked, and their faces were filled with worry. Just as they said before, the everlasting cauldron could kill one of the 7. Now that there were only 6 of them left, wouldn't they die even faster? In comparison, the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Wuji sect in the sect guarding formation were extremely excited when they saw the scene. While they were excited, they were still cheering loudly. The cheers were almost hysterical. Their voices kept breaking through the formation and reaching the outside world. However, they didn't care because the Wuji sect was going to create a miracle and kill the 8 Earth Origin Realm Warriors. The 10 Earth Origin Stage cultivators were still in shock, and they didn't attack immediately. This allowed Zichen's group to return to their battle positions. Let's continue with our previous plan. We will delay them until Senior Cauldron Spirit sends us a message telling us to be careful. If we can't defeat them, we should retreat immediately. We don't want them to be driven into a corner and fight to the death. Zichin and his doppelganger stood together, facing another Earth Origin Stage cultivator. At the same time, he sent a message to the others. Just now, Zichin was able to make the last strike and kill Earth Origin Stage cultivator because his doppelganger had blocked the attack for him. The others nodded and readied themselves for battle. This time, they were full of confidence. 5 of the 6 Earth Origin Stage cultivators looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this moment, seeing one of their companions being killed, they were more or less afraid. Of course, they weren't panicking or afraid because they were Earth Origin Stage cultivators. If they wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop them. Only one of them didn't show any fear. Instead, his face was filled with anger, as if he had been humiliated. His cold and angry gaze swept across Zichen's group. The crazy killing intent in his eyes made them feel uneasy. However, his cultivation level wasn't much lower than the others. Zichin couldn't understand where this uneasy feeling came from. Good, very good. After looking around, the Earth Origin Stage cultivator said coldly, "If I don't kill all of you and destroy the Wuji sect today, I, Bago, am not human." His words were ice-cold and filled with killing intent. This caused the crowd to involuntarily frown. They did not understand where the other party's confidence came from. However, at this moment, everyone felt an extremely unusual aura. Hence, no one dared to refute, ridicule, or insult at this moment. Ba Ji's gaze landed on the Earth Origin Stage, cultivator of the Floating Mist sect. He said coldly, "Since you all are meddling in my business, I will start with you. You will be the first to die." The Earth Origin Stage, cultivator of the Floating Mist sect, became alert. Ba Go, as a member of the Tyrant Body, didn't rush forward to attack like before. He stood in the air and suddenly stretched out his right fist. It was as if he was waiting for something to appear. Seeing this, Zichen's and the others' faces changed. It was a huge change. Zichin couldn't believe it and said, "No way! How can our luck be so bad?" "Our luck is so bad." As Ba Go stretched out his hand, his palm started to emit light. The light was a little bit at first, Then it became extremely bright. In the end, it became dazzling. Everyone's eyes subconsciously narrowed as they stared at the bright light. After the resplendent light, a surging and suffocating aura appeared between the heavens and the earth, sweeping through and wreaking havoc in this region. Sensing this aura, everyone's faces turned pale. Following that, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed into two different kinds of expressions. One was shock, horror, and fear. The other was surprise, excitement, and excitement. Earth spiritual weapon. This is the aura of an Earth spiritual weapon. How can it be? How can he have an Earth spiritual weapon? An Earth spiritual weapon. Among the 10 Earth origin stage cultivators, not even one has one. How can he have one? A weapon that has been baptized by the lightning tribulation. Now that he has taken it out, who can fight against him? Who can move it? Zichen and the others were completely dumbfounded. They did not think that an Earth spiritual weapon would appear at this time when they were about to win. And this Earth spiritual weapon was enough to change the entire situation. Below, the cheers disappeared. Even with the sect protecting formation, this oppressive aura still made their hearts feel uncomfortable. There was a strong feeling of suffocation. Under this suffocation, it was as if a disaster was coming, making them feel helpless. The bright light disappeared, and a long blade appeared in Ba Ji's hand. The blade was 5 feet long, and the blade surface was engraved with patterns. The patterns were extremely perfect, as if they were naturally formed. The suffocating feeling that appeared in everyone's heart was emitted from this 5 feet long blade. This was an Earth spiritual weapon. Not to mention Zichen, it was the first time for everyone present to see an Earth spiritual weapon that had successfully passed through the lightning tribulation. Great, an Earth spiritual weapon is enough to change the entire situation. Earth spiritual weapon. I did not think that Brother Bago would have an Earth spiritual weapon. The everlasting sect is finished. You are also finished. The faces of the other 5 Earth origin realm experts were filled with excitement. With an Earth spiritual weapon, they naturally would not continue to fight. Instead, they flashed towards Bago. Next, it was the scene of the Earth spiritual weapon slaughtering everything. Holding the Earth spiritual weapon, Ba Ji's figure seemed to have grown a lot taller. His expression was arrogant, and his cold gaze swept around. After seeing the shock on the faces of Zichen and the others, he could not help but laugh proudly. Damn it, what kind of luck is this, to actually encounter an Earth spiritual weapon? Could it be that the heavens want my everlasting sect to be destroyed? Apart from shock, Zichen's face was also filled with helplessness and sorrow. The difference between the two sides was too great. Even someone like him, who had 3 pages of the heavenly book, could not do anything against an Earth spiritual weapon. Not to mention turning the tide, whether or not he could survive was still uncertain. Sharp cheers rang out, coming from the opposing forces. They who had been suppressed and shocked finally found a chance to vent. They cheered to their heart's content, celebrating their victory in advance. Die. Amidst the cheers, Bagu raised the blade in his hand and suddenly slashed forward. A ray of light appeared in the sky, carrying endless killing intent, attacking the floating mist sect's Earth origin realm. This blade was dazzling, and terrifying. Helplessly, the Earth origin realm expert could only take out his spiritual weapon, and at the same time control the power of laws to resist. At the same time, he dodged to the distance. Bang! Poof! The blade light flashed, and 2 sounds rang out. The spiritual weapon and the power of laws were destroyed by this blade. At the same time, a severed arm flew in the sky. On the severed arm, blood spurted out. Before it could fall to the ground, it was completely shattered by the energy of the blade light. In one strike, the Earth origin realm expert lost a peak spiritual weapon and an arm. This was the power of an Earth spiritual weapon. The floating mist sex Earth origin realm expert had already retreated far away, and his face was extremely pale. His arm could be considered as crippled, because the blade Chi had entered it, and it could not be expelled in a short time. It would take several years for it to fully recover. But the premise was whether the opponent would give him several years. Chi, after one blade, another blade. Ba Ji's blade was aimed at the girl from the moon pavilion. The blade light was sharp, and the speed of the blade was extremely fast. However, this slash did not kill the other party. It only cut off a section of the other party's sleeve. Other than the fact that she was already prepared, the most important reason was that the distance between the two parties was too far. However, after dodging the slash, her expression also changed greatly. Swoosh! Swoosh! The blade light flashed twice, and the other two Earth origin realm experts also dodged far away, so it was not a big deal. Under everyone's gaze, for blades forced back for Earth origin realm experts, and Ba Ge laughed wildly. Looking at the distance, the Wuji sect's leader, Zi Chen's face was completely pale, and the other people's faces were also filled with fear and despair. Come on, let's continue. Ba Meng held his long blade and pointed at the 4 Earth origin realm experts. The 4 of them were pale, but they did not dare to move forward. Ba Gu turned around with his blade and looked at Zi Chan and the others and said mockingly, "It's your turn now. I wonder which one of you wants to die first." Of course, the others were speechless. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. Ba Ji's mocking expression became more obvious. He suddenly pointed his blade at Su Mengyao and said, "If no one wants to die, I will kill her first." The others were furious, but it was useless. Chapter 1070. Zi Chen had been through many deadly situations in his life, but in retrospect, those situations always had a chance to survive. But now, in front of him, there was no chance at all. An Earth origin realm martial artist, wielding an Earth origin realm martial artist, forced back an Earth origin realm martial artist with 1 strike. After 4 strikes, although the 4 Earth origin realm martial artists didn't die, they lost their will to fight. Following that, even though Zi Chen and his group were confident in fighting, it was useless. The blade was pointed at Su Mengyao. Zi Chen could only stand up because he couldn't watch Su Mengyao die. Or rather, he hoped that Su Mengyao would die in front of him. At this moment, if he used his thunder wings, he might be able to escape and survive. But Zi Chen didn't. He faced the blade directly. Of course, he knew that where there was life, there was hope. He also knew that revenge was a dish best served cold. Once he survived and broke through to the Earth origin stage, he would definitely be able to take revenge in a nightmarish way. But he didn't, and he couldn't back down because he still had his brothers, his confidants, and the hundreds of thousands of Wuji sect's disciples following him. Ba Ge looked at Zi Chan mockingly and laughed. "Haha, you are indeed the leader of a sect. Your calmness is admirable, but you are the leader of the Wuji sect, so you can't die now." He couldn't die now. He had to die later. He had to watch his brothers and women die in despair. Ba Ge didn't say these words, but everyone could guess. So their cold hearts sank to the bottom at this moment. Ba Ge glanced at Zi Chen and looked at the others. "How about it? Who wants to die first?" There was a dead silence. No one spoke. "If no one wants to, then I will kill her first, and then the 3 of them." Ba Gu pointed at Su Mengyao, and then at Lin Shui and the other 2. Su Mengyao, who was pointed at by the blade, was a little pale, but she still forced herself to stay calm. At the same time, her eyes were still shining, as if she was still calculating her chances of survival. However, the result of this deduction caused her expression to change. There was shock, panic, and even more confusion. "Don't waste your breath. Isn't it just death? I'm not afraid." Seeing that Ba Ge was about to threaten her, Su Mengyao spoke up. Ba Ge blandly smiled. His saber started to glow. He was going to kill her. He didn't show any mercy to her at all. The 3 human origin stage cultivators and the other cultivators all felt sorry for her. They should have played with her before killing her. Unfortunately, even though they had the intention to steal, they didn't have the guts to do so. Furthermore, they didn't dare to talk too much at this moment. Kill me, I will die for my sister. Shui Lin stepped forward and stood in front of Meng Yao Su. At the same time, she faced the blade in the distance. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect a woman to be the first to come out. Haha. Ba Ge laughed, his expression full of mockery. Enough. Don't you just want to humiliate us? If you want to kill us, then go ahead. Start with Grandpa Tiger. Anger flashed in the flying god tiger's eyes as he spoke coldly. However, as soon as he finished his words, someone had already stepped forward. It was the demon ape. Let me go first. The demon ape said calmly as if he had already seen through life and death. Sigh, I didn't expect to die here. Fine, I'll be next. LV Peng sighed and walked to the demon ape. He was ready to die. Then, Zhang Haotian also stepped forward to fight side by side. Long Hu and Barbaric Dragon also stepped forward. On the other side, Wang Xian, and the others had already walked to Su Mingyao's side. I'm the Thunder Spirit. I have a bright future ahead of me. I didn't expect to die here. Sigh, I don't want to die here. The Thunder Spirit also walked to Zhang Haotian's side dejectedly. He had always been at odds with Ziqin. It was really unexpected that he would appear at this moment. This is supposed to be your business. I didn't expect an old guy like me to get involved. The black tortoise turned into a human elder and walked over. Everyone was here. Great, not bad. What a close brotherhood. Ba Ge laughed wildly. Then he changed the topic and said, But I've changed my mind now. I've decided to let 3 of you go. Everyone's expression didn't change. There was no excitement in them either. Why? Are you unhappy? As long as the 3 of you acknowledge me as your master, I'll let 3 of you go. I can let him or her live. Ba Ji's eyes fell on the 3 beasts. The 3 beasts had great backgrounds. They would have great achievements in the future. It would be a pity to kill them like this. Therefore, Ba Gu thought of acknowledging them as his master. As for the others, although they were talented, they wouldn't acknowledge a master like the beasts. Therefore, these people with great potential had to die. Almost everyone in front of him had the combat strength and talent comparable to the spiritual body. It would be a pity to kill them, but an enemy was an enemy. Don't waste your time. We won't be fooled. If we're going to die, we'll die together. If we wanted to live, we would have run away already. Long Hu's cold eyes had a hint of mockery. When Ba Gu took out the earth's spiritual weapon, they had a chance to run away, but they didn't. At that time, they were determined to die together with the Wuji sect. Therefore, Ba Ji's conditions were ridiculous to them. How can this be? The one-armed earth origin realm cultivator from the Piao Miao sect was confused. Didn't they say that the Wuji sect would be fine this time? The other one had the same expression. What's going on? The woman from the moon pavilion asked through telepathy. An expert in our sect, who's good at divination, calculated the fate of the barbarian land before he left. He said that the fate of the barbarian land was completely on the Wuji sect. The Wuji sect was destined to face this disaster, but they'll be fine. The one-armed earth origin realm cultivator explained. Fine. This is a sure death situation. Could it be that there's something wrong with the divination? The one-armed earth origin realm cultivator said seriously, That's impossible. That expert is very powerful, and he's never made a mistake in his divination. You have to know that divination consumes one's lifespan. Also, he calculated that the Wuji sect would be in danger twice. This is only the first time. The Moon Pavilion's people naturally knew about the Piao Miao sect's divination methods. However, what puzzled her was that they were fine. There should be a chance of survival, but where was it? Could it be that there was an expert hiding in the dark, quietly watching the development of the situation and waiting for the most critical moment to make a move? But it didn't seem to make sense. Since you've decided to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Go wanted to play with them, but he gradually lost interest and was ready to kill. He held the Earth's spiritual weapon tightly in his hand, and then slashed horizontally at Zichin. This blade light was hundreds of meters long, and it cut through the void toward Zichen's group. Go wanted to kill everyone with one blow. Wherever the blade light passed, it shattered the space, but at the same time, there was an oppressive rule power. Zichin and the others felt as if they were in a quagmire, or as if they were carrying a 10,000-kilogram boulder. Their movements were extremely slow. The might of this saber light caused everyone's clothes and hair to flutter. At the same time, the strong wind caused everyone's cheeks to hurt. Zichen's eyes involuntarily narrowed as he braced himself for death. The blade light, in the blink of an eye, was in front of everyone. In the next moment, it was going to kill everyone. Suddenly, something strange happened. The void seemed to be still at this moment, and time seemed to stop as well. When the sharp blade light was less than 1 meter away from everyone, it stopped in front of them. Everyone could still clearly feel the terrible, destructive power contained in the blade, and it could kill everyone in the next moment. However, at this moment, the blade light stopped moving, as if it was fixed in the air. This strange change naturally shocked everyone, but they suddenly found that they couldn't move their bodies. They couldn't even open their eyes wide or show a shocked expression. It was as if they had been immobilized at this moment, and only their minds could function. Just as everyone didn't understand what was going on, they saw a fiery red ripple of light coming from afar. It swept past everyone and then shook in the distance. At the same time, a high-pitched, resonant, and extremely sacred cry resounded in everyone's sea of consciousness. After this cry, there was another tremor. The still space began to shake, including the entire Wuji sect, the forests around the Wuji sect, the entire Savage Land, and even the entire southern region. This tremor spread throughout the Savage Land and even to the southern region. Some hidden experts all felt this fluctuation, and their expressions changed. Then they all looked in the direction of the Savage Land. The ripple of light, the cry, and the tremor. These three things were connected together and formed a kind of time and space that stopped. After this tremor, the sharp and terrifying blade light shattered on its own. When the ripple of light passed over everyone's heads and covered the distance, everyone regained their ability to move. All of this happened in an instant, and it was unbelievably fast. The time and space stopped in that instant, and besides the fact that the blade light was shattered, nothing else happened. Everyone's body recovered once again, but Zichin and his group didn't have a happy expression on their faces. They didn't even feel lucky, because even if one blade was destroyed, there would be more. As long as the Earth Yuan layer didn't die, they would die sooner or later. Apart from the light that rippled like a light barrier above his head, everything that had just happened was like an illusion. It wasn't an illusion, because there was another place that was different. Above the heads of the two Piao Miao sect's Earth origin stage martial artists, there was a white stone floating in the air. The white stone was emitting rays of light, completely protecting the two of them. At the same time, there was a ray of moonlight shining from afar on the two girls from the Guangmiao sect. The moonlight was like a light shield protecting the two of them. At this moment, the four of them had different expressions. The earthly Yuan stage experts of the Light Moon Pavilion were confused, while the earthly Yuan stage experts of the Floating Mist sect were relieved. Ha 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 ha. Ji's arrogant laughter sounded in the sky, but it only lasted for a second before it stopped. Chapter 1071. Bang. Ji's body exploded without any warning. His laughter was still echoing in the air, proud and arrogant, but his body exploded. The moment his body exploded, his spiritual thoughts were also completely shattered. He died just like that. In the blink of an eye, Bago was gone. He was dead. Such a scene left everyone puzzled and puzzled, because no one could figure out what was going on. It seemed like only Su Mengyao was able to let out a deep breath. At this moment, she was completely relieved. So this was what the hexagram meant when it said that there was no danger. Zi Chen and the others, who had been in despair, immediately changed their expressions. Ba Go was dead, and there were still 5 people in the Earth Origin realm left. They naturally had a way to kill them. It seems that God still doesn't want the Wuji sect to be destroyed. Zi Chen thought, boom. However, before he could figure out how to kill the other 5 Earth Origin stage cultivators, the Earth spiritual weapon in Baji's hand exploded before it hit the ground. The sound was so loud that even the Wuji sect was shaken. A black hole more than 1 mile wide appeared in front of everyone. In the black hole, endless destructive power was raging. Fortunately, Zi Chen and the others were some distance away from the black hole. They reacted quickly and retreated far away. Otherwise, they would have been swept by the energy and died immediately. Even though they successfully escaped, they still suffered unimaginable injuries. They all coughed up blood. Almost everyone was injured. The scene in front of them proved what the princess had said. When an Earth Origin realm cultivator died, the spiritual weapon with a soul would also shatter and die with its master. The other 5 warriors of the Earth Yuan realm also began to flee when the Earth Spirit weapon exploded. However, the one who fled the furthest among the 5 of them had only flown 100 meters before his body exploded with a bang, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Another Earth Origin stage cultivator's body exploded without any sign. He was completely dead. Of the 5, 4 were left. Then, almost at the same time, 4 explosions sounded in the sky. Bang, 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 bang. 4 clouds of blood, mist appeared in the sky, one after another. Each cloud of blood mist represented a fallen Earth Origin stage cultivator. In the blink of an eye, 6 Earth Origin realm cultivators had died. The Wuji sect's biggest crisis had been resolved just like that. However, no one knew why these Earth Origin realm cultivators' bodies had exploded. Expressions of shock spread, and at the same time, other emotions appeared on everyone's faces. There was fear, shock, excitement, and excitement. The scene before them was truly one of joy for some and sorrow for others. However, this was not the end. In the sky, within the 6 balls of blood mist, a stream of pure energy was forcefully extracted by a mysterious force. This pure and enormous energy was the purest energy of earthly Yuan stage. After it was extracted, the 6 balls of energy floated into the distance. At the same time, in some of the more secluded places in the savage lands, such as deep mountains and old forests, there were also a few explosions in the area covered by the rippling light. Then, balls of blood mist appeared from the ground. After the pure energy was extracted, the blood mist floated into the air and floated into the depths of the savage lands. In this area, the number of Earth Origin stage cultivators that had died under the rippling light was not something to be worried about. Let's talk about the Wuji sect. 6 Earth Origin stage cultivators had died without warning. The 8 Earth Origin stage cultivators that had come this time had been completely wiped out. This caused the entire army to fall into a state of panic. At the same time, the morale of the entire army had dropped to the bottom. All sorts of negative emotions were born in their hearts. If it were not for their pride, they would have turned around and fled long ago. Zi Chen, something has happened in this area. We have to leave. Otherwise, if we persist any longer, we will end up like those Earth Origin stage cultivators. As for this place, I will leave it to you. 4 Earth Origin stage cultivators appeared in front of Zi Chen as the one with the missing arm from the floating mist sect said, Zi Chen thanks seniors for your help. I will definitely remember this kindness. Zi Chen cupped his hands and bowed to the four of them. However, because of his severe injuries, he coughed up blood in the next moment. You are welcome. We are all from the same area. It is only right for us to help each other. The Wuji sect should not have been wiped out. Even without us, this crisis would have been resolved. All right, let's not talk anymore. We are leaving. The Earth Origin Stage cultivator patted Zi Chen's shoulder and flew into the distance. Senior, wait. Zi Chen shouted. A light flashed in his hand and an item appeared. It was a peak-level spirit weapon without an owner. Zi Chen raised his hand and threw the weapon forward. The one-armed Earth Origin Stage cultivator caught the spirit weapon and nodded. Without saying anything, the four of them disappeared. Everyone, don't be afraid. Zi Chen is already injured. His powerful companions are also injured. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to kill them. That's right. Zi Chen is no longer a threat. Besides, the Wuji sect has only been established for less than 100 years. How many powerful cultivators can they have? Let's work together to kill Zi Chen and destroy the Wuji sect. Seeing that the four Earth Origin Stage cultivators had left and that Zi Chen and the others were severely injured, the three spirit bodies' confidence was greatly boosted. They shouted and gave orders at the same time. Zi Chen coldly glanced at the three spirit bodies and said, "Today no one will be left alive." That's right. No one will leave today. Lu Peng and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent. Zi Chen, today you can wait for the Wuji sect to be destroyed by the army. The spirit bodies shouted proudly. At the same time, the army regained their confidence and prepared to attack the Wuji sect and destroy the sect protecting array. The army of the major forces was more than 10,000. It was definitely a big battle. However, as long as there were no Earth Origin Stage cultivators, no matter how big their battle formation was, Zi Chen didn't care. His expression was calm, but the others were ready to fight. In the end, Zi Chen said indifferently, "All right, call for reinforcements." Previously, when they faced the Earth Origin Stage cultivators, they had been wronged and humiliated to the extreme. They urgently needed to vent their anger. Hearing Zi Chen's words, they all took out their command badges and shouted, "Come out and kill the enemy." This was a call for reinforcements. It was a sign that a big battle was about to begin. The army of the major forces wanted to attack the sect protecting array. However, before they could do anything, they found that the sect protecting array had closed by itself. Then, earth-shattering battle cries came out from the Wuji sect. Streaks of light shot out from the Wuji sect like raindrops. The sound of breaking through the air was constantly heard. Those that flew out were all humans. Among them, there were more than 40 human origin stage cultivators, and the rest were core origin stage cultivators. Seeing such a scene, the cultivators of the big forces couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, the Wuji sect had only been established for less than 100 years and didn't have a strong foundation. The number of human origin stage cultivators was pitifully small. The only people they could send out were Zi Chen and the others, but they were already seriously injured, so the Wuji sect was no longer a threat. These people laughed at the Wuji sect. However, they didn't know that they only saw one side of the Wuji sect. There were indeed not many human experts in the Wuji sect. However, the number of strange beasts was definitely beyond imagination. In the small worlds of the human origin stage and core origin stage cultivators, all kinds of strange beasts had formed an army. After receiving the signal, they rushed out of the small worlds through the exit that Lu Peng had specially opened and landed on the ground of the savage land. Roar! Ayo! All kinds of strange beasts roared in an instant. These strange beasts all had a command medallion on them. The strange beasts with the medallion could sense each other's aura and recognize the other's aura as one of their own. This way, they wouldn't accidentally hurt each other during a battle. One small world after another opened, and groups of strange beasts appeared. There were lone horned wolves, black-winged leopards, bloodthirsty monkeys, mighty tiger apes, and many other strange beasts. As soon as these strange beasts appeared, they obeyed the command medallion and moved towards the Wuji sect. They all flew in the air, and when they stepped on the air, it was as if they were stepping on the ground. Thunderous sounds could be heard. The strange beasts roared, and the sound of thunder appeared. Such a huge commotion shocked the army of the major forces. They couldn't help but look in all directions. In a short moment, a large group of black dots appeared in their sight. The black dots looked like a group of ants. Those are strange beasts. All of them were cultivators, so they naturally didn't think that they were looking at ants. As the tremors got closer, they saw that the black dots were made up of strange beasts, and each black dot was a strange beast. Strange beasts, an army of strange beasts. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the people of the major forces were completely stunned. Disbelief and shock appeared on their faces. They thought they were hallucinating. However, the violent aura and the dense killing intent clearly told them that this wasn't a hallucination. This was really happening. It's not Dan Yuan. It's a human Yuan strange beast army. When the strange beasts were less than 10 miles away from them, someone could sense the strange beast's realms. He couldn't help but cry out. The strange beast army was terrifying to begin with. The human Yuan's strange beast army was even more so. At this moment, the confidence that they had just regained was once again lost. It was completely lost. After a few breaths of time, the rumbling thunder disappeared, and the strange beast army was completely in place. The human Yuan's strange beast army surrounded the major forces from all directions. At the same time, the human Yuan's strange beast army formed neat, square formations and coldly stared at the major forces. The 3 spirit bodies were already dumbfounded. They carefully extended their spiritual senses to sense the number of beasts in the army, and their hearts twitched violently. Not counting the Dan Yuan's strange beast army at the back, the human Yuan's strange beast army alone was as many as 3,000. This number was enough to kill all the human Yuan cultivators on their side. Kill. Chapter 1072. It was a simple word, kill, but it determined the fate of the great army. With one word, kill, the great army would be completely annihilated. The gap between the two sides was too big. It was like when Zi Chen and the others were facing Bago, who had an earth spirit weapon. Such a gap was enough to destroy the great army. The battle broke out in an instant, followed by earth-shaking battle cries. The humanoid beasts were the first to charge forward. They were powerful and fearless, and their defenses were not weak at all. As they charged forward, they were able to destroy everything in their path. At the same time, the humanoid beasts also charged forward. They began to surround and kill the humans of the same cultivation level. Kill! Wang Shan led a team of human Yuan soldiers and also rushed into the enemy army. With him in the lead, the team tore apart the great army like a sharp blade. After a few rounds, they spread out and began to rampage and kill wantonly. In the Wuji sect, apart from Zi Chen and the others, there were also many extraordinary people, such as Wang Shan, Heifeng, Wild Wolf, Zhang Tong, and the others. These people enjoyed the best resources of the Wuji sect and practiced the best cultivation methods. All of them had reached the Xiantian realm and mastered several Xiantian techniques at the same time. The Thunder Clan, who stayed in the training ground of the Thunder Clan, also dispatched many experts of the Thunder Clan. Led by Lei Ming, they came from afar to kill. As if sensing that this battle was no longer difficult, the Light Moon Pavilion did not send anyone. Outside the Wuji sect, as soon as the battle broke out, blood began to fall from the sky like a rain of blood, instantly dyeing the ground red. At the same time, broken limbs fell to the ground, making popping sounds. In an instant, corpses were everywhere. Miserable screams of despair came from heaven and earth, turning this place into a hell on earth. At this moment, the blood fog in the air was so thick that it could not disperse. The Wuji sect had hidden an army of beasts. It was only a matter of time before the great army was defeated. The three spirits, who were originally full of confidence, were now pale. At this moment, they remembered the proverb, "Where there is life, there is hope." After about a second of deep thought, the three of them decided to find a chance to retreat far away and tell the situation here to their clans. Then they would bring a powerful army for revenge. Unfortunately, just as the three of them had this thought, before they could take action, their bodies were found and stopped by Zhang Haotian, Devil Ape, Long Hu, and the rest. The Wuji sect didn't lack resources at all, and they had the Wuji Dan cauldron. Naturally, they didn't lack precious pills for human origin stage cultivators. Therefore, the monster ape and the others had no problem recovering from their injuries. The invincible spirit body was naturally powerful, but the demon ape and the others were definitely not weak either. Furthermore, with their combined attacks, the spirit body's death was inevitable. Ziqin didn't participate in this battle. He stood in the air, watching the battlefield indifferently. Most of the time, he played the role of a calm commander. He commanded the powerful exotic beast army to charge in from all directions, ensuring that the other forces wouldn't be able to form an effective offensive. This battle lasted for a long time. However, the most intense battle was in the first hour of the battle. After an hour, the battle had become a one-sided slaughter. A few hours later, the battle ended. The Wuji sect had obtained a complete victory. After sending out some beasts to chase after the people who had escaped, the other beasts and humans began to clean up the battlefield. Ziqin, we won. Sect Master, we won. Cheers sounded from all over the Wuji sect. All of the Wuji sect's disciples were extremely excited at this moment. Obviously, they had followed Ziqin and created a miracle together. They were no longer witnesses to the miracle, but the creators themselves. The one who created the miracle is the real creator of the miracle. Hearing the excited shouts, Ziqin raised his head and looked at the red, flame-like ripples in the sky that did not dissipate for a long time. Ever since the ripples appeared, they had not dissipated. They were like a barrier of light that appeared in the sky, enveloping the area. They were inside the barrier of light, but they did not feel the same pressure as before. This made Ziqin feel very strange. Sect Master, we obtained a complete victory this time and gained a lot. How should we deal with the resources? As the housekeeper, Wu Lu reported the results of the battle to Ziqin. Gather all the resources together and then distribute them according to contribution, Ziqin said. Wu Lu hesitated and said, "If we do that, it will take a very long time." Ziqin waved his hand and said, "There's no need to count the individuals. Just count the small worlds. As for the individuals, let them go back and do it themselves." This method was fast and effective. Wu Lu's eyes immediately lit up. He nodded and led people to make the arrangements. As soon as Wu Lu left, Su Mengyao came to Ziqin and said, "All of this is related to the holy burial ground. You should go there and have a look. Maybe there will be some opportunities." Opportunities? Ziqin looked at Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao raised her head to look at the red ripples and said, "If I am not wrong, the light of the ripples should have covered the entire area. We can't feel the pressure because the pressure is not aimed at us, but at the Earth Yuan stage." Looking back at Ziqin, Su Mengyao continued, "To put it bluntly, from now on, this area has become a small world that only those in the human origin stage can enter. The holy burial ground is the cause of all this. Therefore, you should go there and see what happened there." Hearing Su Mingyao's words, Ziqin nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go now." "Are you coming?" "I'm not going. I'm too tired today." Su Mengyao looked tired. She had used too much energy to perform the innate deduction. "Good. You all go and rest. I'll go with the demon ape." After saying that, Zichen called the demon ape, and the two of them flew towards the holy burial ground. Many years ago, when Zichen came to the holy burial ground for the first time, he found the demon ape. At that time, the demon ape scared him. This time he brought the demon ape to the holy burial ground again. After so many years, Zichen saw the magnificent ancient castle again. It had completely appeared and merged with the world. The ancient castle towered into the clouds. It was magnificent and vast. Standing in front of the ancient castle, Zichen was as small as an ant that could be ignored. He raised his head and saw the two tall black shadows on the gate of the ancient castle. Many years ago, he did not recognize these two black shadows, but many years later, he knew that these two black shadows were from the devil race. The two towering figures of the demon clan looked vivid and lifelike. They did not look like they were carved on the surface, but more like they were sealed on the surface. Zichen stood in front of the ancient castle and could clearly feel an oppressive aura coming from the demon clan's figures. The forbidden sky domain was still in place, so Zichen couldn't fly to the sky to see the whole picture of the ancient castle. At the same time, there was still the power of rules in front of the ancient castle, so Zichen couldn't go through the power of rules and forcefully open the gate. This place is really unusual. The current Zichen was already very knowledgeable. Just the two shadows on the gate of the ancient castle made him feel very unusual. He even guessed that the demons sealed there weren't ordinary demons. Moreover, they weren't at the Earth Yuan realm, but rather at the heavenly Yuan realm. Of course, all of this was just Zichen's guess. The devil ape was standing beside Zichen. He was also carefully observing the shadows on the gate. After a while, he said, "What a strong soul. Even through the power of rules, it can still be felt. The shadows on the gate should be sealed there." The devil ape's words confirmed Zichen's guess. At the same time, the two of them also felt that the power of rules was slowly weakening, or rather, dissipating. The Earth Yuan realm can't come, and we can't break this place. We can only wait patiently for the power of rules to completely disappear. When that time comes, I think the gate will open. This was exactly what Zichen was thinking. They didn't have the ability to enter the saints' burial ground yet, so he and the devil ape chose to go back. At this moment, they didn't know that many powerful cultivators had gathered outside the savage land. These cultivators were mostly at the Earth Yuan realm. They had all heard the tremors and rushed over immediately. However, they only dared to go outside this area, which was outside the red rippling light shield. They didn't dare to go forward. This was because they sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the red rippling light. This aura had the ability to kill Earth Yuan realm cultivators, so they didn't dare to go forward. Just how powerful is the person who created this rippling light that enveloped this entire region? Even the Sky Yuan realm doesn't have this kind of ability. It shouldn't be man-made. Something happened in the savage land. Although this area has declined, it still has many secrets. The Wuji sect has been here for hundreds of thousands of years. It's normal for something to happen here. Earth Yuan realm cultivators can't go through, but it doesn't affect human Yuan realm cultivators. If you want to know what's going on inside, send someone in. The Earth Yuan realm cultivators gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. After a simple discussion, they decided to send someone in to investigate. A few big forces just passed through here. I wonder if this has something to do with them. So many people went in, and the murderous aura was so strong. I guess there are no living humans in the savage land now. Of course, some of them knew that the big forces had entered the savage land. The human Yuan realm cultivators arrived quickly and were sent in. About 4 hours later, someone came out with a shocking news. All the big forces joined forces to attack the Wuji sect. Not only did they not win, but they also lost. Over 10,000 strong cultivators were all killed. Only a few managed to escape. This news was shocking enough But what was even more shocking was the death of the 8 Earth Yuan realm cultivators. However, with this rippling light, the death of the 8 Earth Yuan realm cultivators made sense. Chapter 1073. Ever since the disappearance of the lightning divine hall, the entire sky martial continent had sunk into a deathly stillness. There were no longer any waves. Only some time ago, when Zichen appeared again, killed a few spiritual bodies, and even took away a blazing ancient castle from the Hu family, it caused a small commotion. After that, for a long period of time, the large powers had started to attack the savage lands. After several months of negotiations and passage, the large forces were finally dispatched to the barbarian land. After that, the people of the large forces sat down and waited for the news of their victory. However, they had never imagined that in less than a month, the news that the 8 Earth Primes had all died and the large powers had been annihilated. Back then, the large powers had acted in a very high-profile manner. Many powers knew about it. Now that the news had spread, it was impossible for the large powers to suppress it silently. In a short period of time, the news had spread throughout the martial sky continent, reaching the ears of all the powers. This was an unbelievable result, causing a huge uproar. As for the everlasting sect, the sect that had been destroyed for over 10,000 years, it had once again appeared in front of the world. Furthermore, it was in an extremely high position, although it was still far from the sect that had dared to attack the lightning divine hall. Being able to kill 8 Earth Primes as well as many mortal and core primes was enough to show that the everlasting sect had a certain amount of weight in the martial sky continent. As for this sect, it had only been 100 years since it had been established, other than the resounding name of the everlasting sect being known by the world once again. The name Zichen naturally lit up in everyone's eyes once more. Furthermore, this time his fame was not only limited to the mortal primes. Even the Earth Primes had begun to pay attention to Zichen. Furthermore, after learning about the details of that battle, the Earth Primes had also begun to pay attention to the everlasting sect, paying attention to those existences in the everlasting sect that were not weaker than spiritual bodies. Just as this news had caused a huge uproar, another piece of news had also spread. The savage lands, the sacred burial ground that the everlasting sect had once guarded, had actually appeared once more. This news was even more shocking than the previous one. The ancient powers that knew the history of the savage lands all knew that the everlasting sect had risen because of the sacred burial ground. It could be said that they had relied on the sacred burial ground to rise. According to ancient legends, the reason why the everlasting sect was formed was because the holy burial grounds needed to be protected. However, many years later, the holy burial ground suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, and the everlasting sect grew stronger and stronger. After so many years, people only remembered the everlasting sect and forgot about the holy burial ground. In the martial sky continent, it was said that there were 4 saint burial grounds in the 4 directions of the martial sky continent. However, all of this was just a rumor passed down from ancient books. It had never been proven, but what was certain was that there had once been a saint burial ground in the barbarian lands, and the most mysterious burial ground had appeared once again. What did this mean? It could be assumed that all ancient powers knew that this represented opportunity, luck, and the future. Therefore, all of the powers quickly arranged to enter the barbarian lands to investigate the holy burial ground. However, when the Earth Origin Realm experts were sent out, they sadly found that there was a fiery red light barrier that protected the entire barbarian lands. Furthermore, this light barrier contained a mysterious power that had a strong killing intent towards Earth Origin Realm experts. A mere light barrier naturally couldn't stop the great powers from exploring the holy burial ground. Therefore, one after another, the Human Origin Realm experts were sent in. Next, these people would unveil the mysteries of the barbarian lands to the world. What? The heaven and earth spiritual chi there is extremely dense, almost like a holy land. Yes, it is extremely dense, like a holy land. What? There are many small worlds there, and they are all at the human origin realm and core realm. Did you go in and see what's inside? There are people from the everlasting sect guarding that place. Anyone who tries to go in will be killed. The entrances to the small worlds are all controlled by the everlasting sect. Damned everlasting sect. Damned Zichin. What? The holy burial ground really appeared? What's the situation? Did you go in? What? The everlasting sect is guarding that place again? Anyone who tries to go in will be killed. Damned everlasting sect. Damned Zichin. One piece of news after another was released, and one surprise after another was made known to the world. However, it was followed by one after another that was stamping with rage. Now, the everlasting sect was no longer careful and cautious. Instead, they were high-profile, decisive, and ruthless. They guarded all the entrances to the small worlds, and anyone who tried to go in would be killed. They sent out an army of mutated beasts to guard around the holy burial ground. Once anyone tried to go in, they would be killed. During this period, many human origin realm experts would directly reveal their identities when they saw that they couldn't win. Under these circumstances, there would be 3 outcomes. The first outcome would be that the everlasting sect would stop and send the person out because the person was a force that could barely be considered a friend, such as the Wu clan and the Yao clan. The second outcome would be that those forces that had never interacted with Zichin would be killed without mercy. The third outcome would be that those who were supposed to be killed would be tortured to death. For example, if someone revealed that they were from the 5 Elements clan, the Sword sect, or the Tyrant clan, they would die miserably. Even their corpses would be devoured by the mutated beasts. However, no matter which power it was, they didn't obtain any useful clues about the holy burial ground. Such an outcome naturally infuriated the major forces. As a result, they decided to launch a forceful attack and sent out an army to surround and annihilate the Wuji sect. However, for the Wuji sect, as long as the Wuji sect didn't send an Earth origin tier cultivator, no matter how many soldiers they sent, they wouldn't be able to return. Zichen's group was powerful, and with the addition of an army of mutated beasts, their reputation quickly spread throughout the martial heaven continent. They had continuously attacked several times, and every single time, they would suffer extremely heavy losses. This gave people a strong impression that they were not attacking a sect that had only been established for a mere 100 years, but rather the lightning divine hull. Every single time, they would not be able to return. Helpless, the major powers gave up on sending their subordinates to their deaths. They began to think of other methods. Clearly, they were afraid of Zichin. No matter how deep their foundations were, they couldn't withstand this kind of slaughter. The everlasting sect, the uncivilized land. The uncivilized land was filled with the flames of war, but this couldn't be seen in the everlasting sect. The atmosphere here was still peaceful. Several months had passed since the last crisis had been resolved. During these months, large and small battles had occurred in the uncivilized land almost every day. Despite this, the everlasting sect was extremely quiet. Other than Zichin, who had participated in the battle at the beginning, Zichin had returned to the everlasting sect. After giving some instructions, he went to the lightning sea and entered seclusion. Although this battle had been a complete victory, it had all been due to luck. With such a huge difference in strength, it was impossible to be so lucky every time. Thus, Zichin urgently hoped that he could break through again. He didn't have extravagant hopes for his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. At the very least, he wanted to break through to the Earth origin realm. At that time, at least the everlasting sect would have the power to protect itself when surrounded. Other than Zichin, those who were close to the late stage of the human origin realm had also entered seclusion, such as Zhang Haotian, Lu Peng, Wang Qiong, and the others. As for the battlefield, it was led by the demon ape, followed by the barbaric dragon, Long Hu, and the others. It was absolutely guaranteed that they could kill all the invaders. In the lightning sea, apart from Zichin, Elder Gui also entered the Lightning Sea to cultivate with the help of the lightning power after receiving a few drops of supreme beast blood essence from the Longhu, a few drops of dragon blood from the barbaric dragon, and a few drops of pure blood from the flying divine tiger. This time, Elder Gui wanted to break through to the Earth Origin realm in one go. The Everlasting Sect urgently needed an Earth Origin realm expert, and all of this needed time. The appearance of the light ripples was an opportunity. As long as it existed, the Earth Origin realm experts who wanted to kill him wouldn't dare to come in. As long as the light ripples didn't disappear, the Everlasting Sect could use this time to increase their strength as quickly as possible and strive to have 1 or 2 Earth Origin realm experts. Outside the Everlasting Sect, the continuous battle was very fierce, but inside the Everlasting Sect, it was quiet. Under this quiet atmosphere, there was a sense of tension, which made the disciples of the Everlasting Sect cultivate hard. At the same time, the representatives of the various major powers headed towards the ancient road to look for the ancient race. If there was anyone in this world that Zi-chan would still give face to, it would naturally be the ancient race who had helped him before. The reason why the major powers were willing to put aside their pride and go to the ancient race was because they had no other choice. They were completely terrified of the Wuji sect, led by Zi-chan. Because of the existence of the rippling light, an Earth Origin realm cultivator would be suppressed into a human origin realm cultivator. If things went wrong, they would be killed. Therefore, no one dared to take the risk and could only go to the ancient race to discuss. Before this, they also went to the wasteland to discuss with the monster race. The monster race had a little relationship with Zi-chan, but this relationship wasn't enough for them to be qualified to persuade him. Therefore, they could only go to the ancient race. The major forces went to the ancient race to negotiate, but the ancient race just ignored them and waited outside for more than 10 days. During this period of time, they came up with all kinds of excuses. After more than 10 days, the representatives of the major forces finally met with them. After a simple greeting, the major forces explained their intentions. The Earth Origin realm expert of the ancient race rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "You want me to go to Zi-chan? I don't think that's appropriate. The grudge between you and Zi-chan has reached a point where only one of you will be satisfied. If Zi-chan knows that I've become your lobbyist, what if I go to him and he kills me?" Those words made the Earth Origin realm cultivators twitch their mouths. Although Zi-chan was a bloodthirsty killer and often killed people, he would never kill Yi-chan. However, they all understood what Yi-chan meant. Of course, they couldn't go empty-handed. After looking at each other, one of them took out an item and said, "This is a small gift from us. We hope Brother Gu will accept it." These were some fragments that looked like broken glass. They were not eye-catching at all. Not to mention Earth Origin realm experts. Even human origin realm and origin core realm experts wouldn't be interested in such trash. Chapter 1074. The pieces didn't look like anything special, but they attracted the attention of the Earth Origin stage ancient race warriors. Not only the ancient race warriors, the other Earth Origin stage warriors were also staring at the pieces. They couldn't move their eyes away from them. "Oh, it's this. It's a product from another world. It's a rare thing, but I won't accept it without doing anything. You should take it back." The Earth Yuan realm warrior reluctantly moved his eyes away and refused. "Brother Gu, you must be joking. It's just a small gift from us. It's not a big deal." An Earth Yuan realm warrior next to him smiled apologetically. The Earth Yuan realm warrior shook his head and said seriously, "I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. You know the grudge between you and Zi-chan. You used to be the host, so you didn't have to worry about anything. You didn't even give him a chance to live. But now, with the protection of the Light Shield and Zi-chan's unparalleled power, he is invincible in the barbarian land. Now he is the host, and we don't even have the right to say anything. If we really want to go to the barbarian land, we have to be careful of Zichin. Brother Gu, don't be in a hurry to reject this matter. No matter how big the grudge is, it can't be separated from benefits. Everything can be discussed. We were wrong in the beginning. It's a fact that Zichin has the heavenly book. As Earth origin stage cultivators, it's useless for us to have it. Naturally, we won't have any ideas about Zichen's heavenly book. We're just curious and want to go to the holy burial ground to have a look and gain some knowledge. As for Zichen and the Wuji sect, we'll write off all the grudges between us. The words of the great powers were extremely sincere. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, only they themselves would know. After that, the big forces didn't say anything. The Earth Yuan realm warrior didn't say anything either. The two sides just stared at each other in silence. All right, I'll try. After a long time, the Earth Yuan realm warrior sighed unwillingly. He casually took the fragments and held them tightly in his hand. At the same time, he was cursing these old foxes and stingy people in his mind. The reason why he hadn't agreed was naturally because he hadn't given him enough, making him dissatisfied. Good fellow. But this group of people was too shameless, too shameless. They actually pretended not to understand and didn't express anything. Half a day later, the perfect body left the ancient race and headed for the barbarian, everlasting sect. As he was alone, and the various factions had already informed him, the perfect body's journey was unimpeded. A few days later, he arrived at the land of savages. This was his first time here, and he was also slightly shocked by the extremely dense heaven and earth spirit chi here. Who are you? Stop right there. However, before he could express the shock in his heart, an explosive shout suddenly rang out. Caught off guard, the perfect body's eardrums hurt and his ears buzzed. A Herculean tiger ape appeared beside the perfect body. A violent aura surged around it, and its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. Ever since the human factions retreated, it hadn't killed a human for a long time. It hadn't tasted the delicacy of human flesh. When it saw the perfect body, it coveted it, but it was still very afraid. It had a nagging feeling that this fellow wasn't easy to deal with. In the mortal small world, Longhu had subdued a race of Herculean tiger apes. After this race followed Longhu Sovereign. All of them had acknowledged him as their master. Apart from some guarding the sect and the small world, some were participating in the war. Herculean tiger ape. Interesting, really interesting. From the looks of it, the rumors are true. Zichen has really created an army of mutated beasts. Looking at the Herculean tiger ape, the perfect body smiled and said, I'm a friend of your everlasting sect master, Zichen. I'm here to find Zichen. The perfect body believed that there was nothing wrong with his attitude. He was very friendly, but he didn't expect the Herculean tiger ape to be enraged just as he finished speaking. With a roar, it launched a crazy attack at him. Strong winds howled as the sound of the void shattering constantly sounded. Terrifying forces appeared in the air one after another. The Herculean tiger ape, who knew some combat techniques, had attacked several times stronger than before. I said, I'm here to find Zichen. We're friends, the perfect body shouted as he blocked the Herculean tiger ape's attack. Human, do you really think we're idiots? We've seen many shameless humans like you these days. Die. The Herculean tiger ape didn't buy it at all as it displayed its powerful attacks. It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. I'm really Zichen's friend, the perfect body shouted loudly. He was here to negotiate, so it wasn't appropriate for him to be ruthless to the Herculean tiger ape. However, the Herculean tiger ape was stubborn. It ignored him and only knew how to attack. Just as the perfect body was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and didn't know what to do, a familiar voice sounded. Perfect body, it's you. The demonic ape flew over from afar. He was surprised that the Herculean demon ape couldn't take down its opponent. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Demonic ape, it's you. That's great, that's great. Quickly make this idiot stop, the perfect body shouted. The Herculean tiger ape angrily launched another powerful attack. It only stopped when it was berated by the demonic ape. However, its eyes were staring intently at the perfect body because of the words idiot. Why are you here? The demonic ape stepped forward. Sigh, don't mention it. I got a mission. The perfect body dejectedly recounted what had happened. Previously, the demonic ape had a look of joy, but soon he frowned and his expression turned much colder. After the perfect body finished speaking, he asked, In that case, you're here to be a lobbyist for those factions. I can't be considered a lobbyist. I'm just here to convey the message. Without waiting for the perfect body to finish speaking, the demonic ape said coldly, I don't care why you're here. In short, you're not welcome here. Leave. The perfect body looked at the demonic ape in disbelief and said, Demonic ape, it's me. Perfect body, you haven't invited me to the Infinity Sect as a guest. Why are you chasing me away for no reason? I know it's you, but our Infinity Sect doesn't welcome you. Are you leaving or not? Facing the cold, demonic ape, the perfect body said shamelessly, I'm not leaving. I want to see Z-Chin. I won't leave until I see Z-Chin. Z-Chin is in seclusion. He won't see anyone. Leave quickly. If you don't blame me for being rude. The demonic ape's attitude was unyielding, and he didn't give the perfect body any face. This left him at a loss whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he was slightly angry. We welcome you, but if you came with a motive, especially for those factions that wish to kill us, there's no room for discussion. The demonic ape said coldly, Leave immediately and we'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, we'll forcefully send you out. He originally thought that it would be a simple matter, but he didn't expect the matter to be so difficult to handle. He couldn't even get past the demonic ape. The perfect body couldn't help but frown. At the same time, he was in a difficult position, not knowing what to do. Perfect brat, are you even human? Do you have a conscience? Others are about to kill us, yet you still want to speak up for them. Are you doing this on purpose? The flying divine tiger flew over from afar, followed by Longhu and Torvosaurus. They said that they were in the wrong in the past. Everyone's grudges are written off. We will still be friends when we meet in the future. The perfect body braced himself and explained, Friends? Pooey! How can they be worthy of being friends? Do you believe that? They tried to kill us several times, but today they want to reconcile with a single sentence. Let me tell you, there's no way. Besides, this matter isn't over. If you want to come to the land of barbarians, feel free to come. We'll definitely accompany you. The flying divine tiger said angrily, I won't send you off. Longhu's attitude was also very firm. 1 against 4, not to mention the perfect body. Even Z-Chin might not be able to gain the upper hand. Furthermore, both parties were friends, so it was naturally impossible for them to fight. Therefore, the perfect body could only leave resentfully. The mighty tiger ape watched the perfect body leave with its own eyes before returning to report. The demonic ape nodded and said with a smile, It seems that Z-Chen's guess is right. After a large faction's forceful attack fails, they will think of other ways. Z-Chen had expected this scene in advance. As for why the demonic ape's attitude was so firm and didn't care about their past relationship, it was also deliberately instructed by Z-Chen. The current Infinity Sect lacked time, so they had to fight for it. Not letting the perfect body enter the sect to meet him and chasing him out was also a way to buy time. The perfect body had suffered a setback here and was filled with anger. After spending a few days to return, he vented all his anger at the large factions. After that, he angrily went into seclusion. The people from the large factions looked at each other and were extremely furious. A puny demon actually dared to reject their intentions to reconcile. They really didn't know what was good for them. However, despite their anger, they still had to resolve the matter. Helpless, They could only look for the Earth Origin Realm, who had accepted their gifts, to send another person. The Earth Origin Realm frowned and shook his head. I'm afraid there's no one else to send. This is because in the entire ancient race he has the best relationship with Zichin. As for the past, there were also people who had a good relationship with Zichin, but unfortunately they were all killed by the demons. To chase him out despite having a good relationship. What kind of relationship is this? The people from the large factions were indignant. After much persuasion, they finally invited the perfect body out again. After promising him some benefits, the perfect body once again embarked on his journey to the barbarian lands. And this round trip had already taken a month. This time, the perfect body was once again blocked by the Vigor Tiger ape. After a simple exchange, the demonic ape rushed over. It's you again. The demonic ape's expression turned ugly. Haha, demonic ape, long time no see. I want to see Zichin. It's been a long time since I've seen him, the perfect body said with a laugh. Zichin is in seclusion, the demonic ape said unhappily. Asking him to come out of seclusion? Could it be that he won't see a friend? The demonic ape said coldly, Friend, do you count? Of course. I'm here to drink with Zichin. Just drink, the perfect body emphasized. Really? Of course, really. The demonic ape stared at the perfect body for a moment. The smile on the other party's face was very indifferent. Finally, the demonic ape said, All right, follow me. Chapter 10:75. As Zichen's friend, Su Mengyao received the perfect body very well. She had good tea, water, and hospitality, but she didn't mention a word about the perfect body's intentions. During this period, the perfect body naturally asked about Zichin, but Su Mengyao cleverly avoided or ignored it. For example, when the perfect body asked where Zichin had gone, Su Mengyao smiled and replied that the kitchen was already cooking. When they learned of Zichen's arrival, they were all of high standards. The standards were comparable to receiving an Earth Essence Realm Cultivator. The following answers were almost all the same. This kind of answer had nothing to do with cleverness. It was a completely irrelevant answer to the question. It was as if he didn't know anything and was even a little unreasonable. Thankfully, the perfect body's skin was ultimately thicker. After patiently asking again and again, Su Mengyao finally couldn't continue ignoring this question. She could only answer truthfully, Zichin is in seclusion. I want to see him, said Su Mengyao. The Infinity Sect has too many enemies. We urgently need an Earth Essence Realm Cultivator to hold down the fort. Zichin is our only hope. We don't have much time left. We have to race against time. Zichin, who is in seclusion, won't see anyone. The perfect body couldn't help but frown, thinking that today's matter was probably going to be ruined again. When will Zichin come out of seclusion? The perfect body asked again, clearly still unwilling to accept the outcome. When he breaks through to the Earth Essence Realm, or when the Holy Burial Ground completely opens. Su Mengyao didn't hide anything. Speaking of the Holy Burial Ground again, the perfect body naturally wouldn't forget his mission, so he directly said it. What? You're here to be a lobbyist for those factions? Su Mengyao frowned slightly as her attitude clearly changed. Don't misunderstand. I'm just a messenger. Afraid that he would be chased out, the perfect body hurriedly explained. Besides, they also said that they were in the wrong back then. The grudges between the two sides have been written off. We will still be friends when we meet. Su Mingyao's attitude was naturally much better than the devil ape's. Although she didn't say any malicious words, her face was still very ugly. After a while, she said with some anger, Let bygones be bygones? How can we let bygones be bygones? Compensation? They think that by giving some compensation, everything will be fine. The perfect body's mouth suddenly widened as he put on an extremely shocked look. He said in surprise, Compensation? I didn't say anything about compensation. What? They don't even want to give compensation? They want to settle their grudges with just a few words? Aren't they going too far? Men, send the guests out. The perfect body was sadly invited out. During this time, he only drank a cup of tea and didn't even eat a mouthful of hot rice. In the hall, the perfect physique was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Beside the hall, Earth Origin Realm explained, "This is our fault. We didn't explain it clearly before. We admit that we were too harsh on Zichin and caused some losses. We are willing to compensate them. As long as they offer reasonable conditions, we will definitely agree." The perfect body looked at everyone and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Earth Origin Realm said with a smile, "What we mean is that you should go again." The perfect body almost jumped up when he heard that. He said with a sharp voice, "What? I'm going again? I've already gone twice in a row. I've almost offended all my original friends. Do you want me to go again? Do you want me to offend Zichin as well?" "Young friend, don't be agitated. It's easy to get angry when you're agitated. Calm down." An Earth Origin Realm cultivator took out a folding fan. The folding fan emitted a lustrous glow. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. Furthermore, there was the aura of a soul on it. Clearly, this was a soul spirit weapon. Furthermore, for the folding fan to be able to be made into a soul spirit weapon, it clearly indicated that it had an extraordinary background. "This is the last time," the perfect body said as he glanced at the folding fan. "All right, this is the last time." The perfect body arrived at the barbarian land for the third time and arrived at the boundless sect for the second time. This time, the person who received him was still Su Mengyao. After coming 3 times, his goal was clear, so he didn't beat around the bush. He directly asked the boundless sect what compensation they wanted. At the same time, he indicated that he could try to extort them. Su Mengyao was thinking very seriously. During this period, the perfect body waited patiently. At the same time, he took out a folding fan and opened it with a snap. He fanned himself twice. The folding fan was extremely extraordinary. Coupled with the perfect body's perfect appearance, such a scene made him look like an extremely cultured and elegant young master. He was the dream partner of many young girls. Unfortunately, Su Mengyao, who was deep in thought, didn't notice this. However, Wang Shan, who happened to come in from outside, noticed it. Such arrogant behavior immediately attracted his displeasure. "Sister Mengyao, you called for us." He suppressed his displeasure and asked. After Wang Shan, Black Wind, Wu Lu and company all came in. Currently, Zichin and company were in seclusion. Fiend Ape was guarding outside. There were only a few people in the sect who could speak. After everyone entered, they first bowed to Su Mengyao before asking what was the matter. The perfect body closed his folding fan and revealed a smile that he thought was modest. He said, "It's like this. I'm here to discuss matters on behalf of those large factions. They apologize for what happened in the past, so they specially asked me to ask if you need any compensation. Feel free to mention it. As long as it's within reason, I'll definitely fight for it for everyone." The perfect body's words were beautiful, but he didn't receive any cheers. This was because his appearance was too arrogant. He was good-looking to begin with, and with an even more extraordinary folding fan, it was really displeasing to men. Wang Shan's eyes darted around before he looked at the folding fan and exclaimed, "Oh, nice fan." As he spoke, he took a few steps forward and carefully sized it up. "It's also a soul spirit weapon." "Little brother, you have good eyes," said the perfect body with a smile. "It's also a soul spirit weapon that hasn't acknowledged a master. Little brother, you do have good eyes." The perfect body laughed. He hadn't had the time to refine it. "Can I take a look?" Wang Shan had a look of anticipation. "Come, do as you please. As long as you're happy, you can take a look as long as you want." The perfect body generously handed the folding fan to Wang Shan. Wang Shan flipped it around and clicked his tongue in wonder. He praised that it was indeed a good item. Finally, he closed the folding fan and turned to look at Su Mengyao. Sister Mengyao, look at this folding fan. Isn't it very compatible with brother-in-law? The perfect body had a look of confusion on his face. He didn't understand why this young man, who had a high status in the Boundless sect, would call him brother-in-law with such a strange name. Su Mengyao guessed Wang Shan's thoughts and smiled without saying a word. I think it's very compatible with brother-in-law. Since the other party came with sincerity, I think we should discuss this matter properly. As for this folding fan, I'll accept it on brother-in-law's behalf. Thank you. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know who brother-in-law is, right? He's Ziqin, our sect master. He's my brother-in-law. My sister is Wang Xianer. As Wang Shan explained, the perfect body's expression changed. At first, he was puzzled. Then a look of shock appeared on his face. Following that, the shock turned ugly. In the end, the perfect body's expression was extremely ugly. It was extremely pale without any color. At the same time, he felt a stifling breath in his heart. This breath was almost like blood, making him feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to cough it out. Before he could say anything, he saw this fellow named Wang Shan take away the folding fan after thanking him again. He really took it away. The perfect body wanted to shout that it was his, but the breath in his chest was suppressed. He couldn't shout no matter what. In the end, he could only accept his fate. Ziqin wasn't around, so Su Mengyao and company naturally couldn't come to a conclusion regarding the compensation. However, she told the perfect body that as long as Ziqin came out of seclusion, she would inform Ziqin of this matter and let him decide. The perfect body returned for the third time, but he still failed to complete the mission. That wasn't all. The gifts that others had given him had all been taken away by that darn fellow named Wang Shan. How was it? Similarly in the hall, an Earth Essence Realm expert from a large faction asked. Half of it was done. They said that after Ziqin comes out of seclusion, they will get Ziqin to tell you what compensation you need. The perfect body was in a bad mood. His voice was weak. It was fine that he had been scammed, but most importantly, he hadn't eaten a single meal there. He had gone 3 times in a row, but he hadn't eaten a single hot meal. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. The large factions were clearly very dissatisfied with this outcome. As though they felt that it was because they had accepted gifts without doing anything. One of them had a bad attitude as he said unhappily, "What if Ziqin doesn't come out of seclusion?" Ziqin will definitely come out of seclusion when the Holy Burial Ground opens. The Holy Burial Ground hasn't opened yet. This was a result that surprised everyone. The power of the laws hasn't dissipated yet. I personally went to take a look. There's no mistake, said the perfect body, although they weren't satisfied with this outcome. They didn't have any good ideas at the moment. After returning, the large factions were naturally furious. Damn it, if we're angered, we'll gather all the factions of the Tianwu continent and attack the everlasting sect in one fell swoop. Even if Ziqin is a god, he will be besieged to death. This is a double-edged sword. If we use it well, it will be beneficial to us. If we don't use it well, we will be pushed into a corner. Ziqin has provoked so many people along the way and still hasn't died. Other than his strength, he naturally has some smarts. Today, he has the resources of the Holy Burial Ground, so he won't go against the entire Tianwu continent. Then what should we do? We can only wait. Wait for the negotiation to succeed. You believe that it will succeed? Definitely, because that rippling light barrier won't appear forever. When the Holy Burial Ground closes, the rippling light barrier will disappear. The large factions chose to wait. In the following period of time, they also urged the perfect body to go to the everlasting sect a few more times. But they didn't see Ziqin. The Holy Burial Ground had yet to open. Due to the delay, a year passed. Without any external interference, the power of the laws outside the Holy Burial Ground slowly dissipated. Finally, it reached a limit. Inform Ziqin that the power of the laws outside the Holy Burial Ground is about to disappear. A day later, Ziqin came out of the sea of lightning. After a year of seclusion, his progress was rapid. However, it would still be a long time before his next breakthrough. After coming out, Ziqin first went to the holy burial ground to take a look. After discovering that there wasn't much power of the laws left, he returned to the everlasting sect. Chapter 1076. Su Mengyao reported what had happened in the past year to Ziqin. There hadn't been any battles in the past year. The various large factions were already afraid of being beaten. The remaining time was spent discussing with people. Among them, the one who came the most was naturally the perfect body. Apart from the perfect body, the other factions also sent people over. For example, the Wu family or the demons of the vast, desolate lands. When their representatives came, they clearly expressed that if the boundless sect allowed them to bring people in, they were willing to pay some compensation for this matter and remember the boundless sect's favor. Ziqin listened patiently and asked, "When was the last time the perfect body came?" Su Mengyao said, "A month ago. I reckon he'll be here soon." Ziqin nodded and said, "All right then. We'll talk about it when the perfect body comes." Su Mengyao asked, "What do you plan on doing with the other factions? Do you plan on informing them to discuss the remuneration?" Ziqin waved his hand and said there's no need. Although the holy burial ground has appeared in the boundless sect this time, all the factions in the Heaven Martial continent have seen it. We can't eat such a large piece of cake. After the negotiations are over, I'll inform them to come in. Su Mengyao nodded and was speechless. 3 days later, the perfect body came again and finally saw Ziqin. He was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Ziqin invited the perfect body to the hall. The latter grumbled and poured out his grievances. Ziqin listened quietly without interrupting him. He only stopped when the perfect body was tired. Ziqin poured a cup of tea for the perfect body and asked, "I heard that you have become a lobbyist for those factions." The perfect body took a sip of tea and said, "I can't be considered a lobbyist. I'm just following the orders of the higher-ups. I'm just a messenger." Ziqin raised his brows and said, "It's understandable that others don't know about our grudge, but you should know very well." The perfect body put down the teacup, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "I naturally know about your grudges, but the commotion caused by the holy burial ground is too great. They are also determined to enter. If you insist on stopping them, you need to send out many experts to guard against them. Even if you succeed in stopping them, you have to worry about the crazy revenge of these large factions after the rippling barrier disappears. The 5 elements forces, the 5 great families, the sword sect, the overlord body, and the killing sect. Good Lord, Ziqin has offended all the major forces. I'm afraid that the Wuji sect will be swallowed up in an instant." Ziqin looked at the perfect body and said, "You are threatening me." "Of course not. I'm thinking for you. Right now, the opportunity for both sides to reconcile is right in front of you. As long as you're willing, our grudges are nothing. Let's forget about our past grudges." Ziqin had a sarcastic look on his face. "It's nothing. Just write it off. Do you really believe their character?" The perfect body shrugged and said, "In this situation, we have to believe it, even if we don't want to." That's why, without waiting for the perfect body to finish speaking, Ziqin said, "That's why I want to use this opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. I want to make them feel heartache." The perfect body smiled and didn't say a word, but it was clearly a tacit agreement. Ziqin pondered for a moment as he pondered over what compensation he should ask for. Now, the Wuji sect didn't lack resources, so resources were useless. Without experts, he didn't dare take what others gave him. He didn't lack mystic manuals, and he had enough technique legacies. After thinking for a long time, Ziqin finally said, "The compensation is soul spirit weapons. 2 for each family. 2. The perfect body's eyes suddenly widened. Why, you can't accept that? Zichen frowned. The perfect body knew that Zichen had misunderstood and immediately explained, "From the looks of it, you still don't know the effects of the holy burial ground on those factions. According to the records, there are many techniques and divine powers inside. Apart from that, there are also many soul spirit weapons. They will give you 4, much less 2. Zichen's brows didn't relax because of this. He said, "I've been to the holy burial ground once. There aren't any soul spirit weapons, not even alchemy weapons. The secret of the holy burial ground isn't something you can figure out just by entering once. Now that it has taken the initiative to appear in the world and caused such a huge commotion, even a ghost wouldn't believe that there's nothing good inside. Don't worry and boldly ask for it, for each family, they probably won't hesitate. By the way, let me tell you in advance, it's 4 soul spirit weapons, not a peak soul spirit weapon. Peak soul spirit weapons were the limit of what a family could nurture. They were truly good items. Nurturing one would take at least 1,000 years, and there definitely wouldn't be many of them. Zichen understood how precious such items were, so he naturally guessed that those factions wouldn't give them that good. The 2 of them discussed and finally decided on 4 for each family. After the perfect body returned, the major factions came to discuss this matter. The discussion didn't seem to go smoothly, but they had achieved the desired outcome. "Do you want to send these items over yourself, or do you want me to send them over?" asked the perfect body. The Earth Essence realm experts from the major factions pondered for a moment before finally saying, "Young friend, I'll have to trouble you to send them over." If they were to let their people send them over, it was unknown what kind of conflict would arise between the 2 parties. It was better to let the perfect body send them over. As for 4 soul spirit weapons, it was equivalent to buying a dhow. After hearing that the holy burial ground would soon open, the efficiency of the major factions became very fast. In just 3 days, each of them had sent 4 soul spirit weapons. The perfect body didn't waste any time. After taking the soul spirit weapons, he threatened to get the ancient race to quickly arrange for people to head to the barbarian land. As for these factions, there was no need to remind them. Their people had probably finished preparing a year ago. A few days later, the perfect body arrived at the Boundless sect and met Zichen in the hall. Here, for each family, not a single one is missing. The quality isn't bad either. The perfect body took out a spirit ring, and with a shake of his hand, the spirit ring flew towards Zichen. A blue folding fan suddenly appeared in Zichen's hand. With a tap of the fan's tip, the spirit ring flew towards the perfect body. Zichen said, "Choose one first." Seeing the folding fan that should have belonged to him land in Zichen's hand, the perfect body felt uncomfortable. Furthermore, seeing that Zichen was extremely satisfied with the folding fan, he naturally couldn't ask for it. Helpless, he could only choose one from the spirit ring. At the late stage human essence realm, the perfect body had his own soul spirit weapon. If he nurtured it again, he probably wouldn't have the time or experience. Therefore, he chose a soul spirit weapon for fun at most. Just like the folding fan, it was to show off his unparalleled bearing. After receiving the spirit ring, Zichen called Wang Shan over. At the same time, he gestured for him to inform the other factions that the barbarian lands would be open to them. The holy burial ground would also be open to them. Wang Shan said curiously, "Brother-in-law, why don't we ask them for some remuneration? You have to know that their factions aren't small. They have plenty of good things in their hands." Zichen said with a smile, "We can't offend all the large and small factions in the Tianwu continent, right?" For some reason, Zichen had a bad feeling about the opening of the holy burial ground. This bad feeling wasn't groundless. It was based on the last time he entered. That place was very mysterious. Zichen had a nagging feeling that the opening wasn't simple. Soon, Wang Shan released the news. The Boundless sect was willing to share the holy burial ground for free. All the factions were extremely surprised. Following that, there was an uproar. Although they had guessed that the Boundless sect wouldn't dare to offend all the factions in the continent and would definitely open the holy burial ground for them, in their hearts, this kind of openness came with a certain price. And because of this price, the newly established Boundless sect would once again gain a large amount of income. However, they hadn't expected that Zichen wouldn't ask for any remuneration at all. This boldness caused many factions to be moved. It had to be known that if there was an opportunity to ask for a spirit weapon, they would agree. Zichen's Boundless sect would receive dozens of spirit weapons before they even entered the holy burial ground. However, Zichen had opened it up for free. Everyone had witnessed Zichen's boldness. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh, as expected of an existence that dared to challenge the overlords. This kind of wisdom and decisiveness far surpassed ordinary people. As the holy burial ground was about to open, Zichen had someone call out everyone who had been in seclusion. After more than a year of seclusion, and with the Boundless sect providing them with many resources, everyone had made great progress. Zhang Haoyan's realm had broken through to the late stage of the human primordial realm. LV Peng's cultivation hadn't improved much, only reaching the mid-stage of the human primordial realm. The devil ape, Longhu, and the others were only one step away from the late stage. Wang Xian, and the others had also reached the peak of the mid-stage. Zichen asked everyone to be prepared. As soon as the holy burial ground opened, they would enter it. As the news spread, people from various factions also entered the barbarian land and went straight to the holy burial ground. However, they were still at the periphery of the holy burial ground. Before the power of laws dissipated naturally, there was still a large army of strange beasts guarding there. Zichen left the main hall and went to one of the few mountains of the Boundless sect. The most skilled blacksmiths of the Boundless sect were gathered there. After passing down many blacksmithing skills, although the Boundless sect's blacksmithing skills didn't dare to say that they had reached the peak, they had reached a very high level. During this period, they had perfectly forged more than 10 spirit weapons. Zichen came here to refine the pinnacle finger gauntlet and the folding fan that he had obtained from the tyrant body. He still had some high-quality thunder soul crystals on him. Rather than reforging them, it was better to add these things to the existing spirit weapons and refine them again. Moreover, the spirit power in the spirit weapons would increase a little. This was also one of the ways to upgrade spirit weapons besides nourishing them. Because the sect master wanted to refine the weapons, all the founding elders came. Moreover, all of them were very careful. Before the refinement, they were fully prepared. Next, it was a round of melting. After that, they used blacksmithing skills to add various array patterns. Then, they added blood essence, solidified it, and honed it. It was simple to say, but it was more troublesome to refine. Zichen personally guided them. After modifying the finger gauntlet, it took 7 days. Next, they spent a few more days to refine the folding fan. The original folding fan emitted a luster, but now there were streaks of lightning on it. When the folding fan opened, a ferocious and mighty thunder dragon could be seen. It was vivid. Chapter 10:77. After putting away the 2 weapons, Zichen returned to the Wuji Palace. He had already summoned the demon ape and the others to discuss the matter of going to the holy burial ground. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but Zichen had a feeling that something bad would happen in the holy burial ground. Or perhaps it was some kind of danger. His worry wasn't groundless. Because of this, he had asked Su Mengyao for a divination. A year ago, 8 Earth Origin Realm experts had led an army to attack the Wuji sect. At that time, the divination had shown that the Wuji sect would be safe. Zichen didn't know this at first, but Su Mengyao had told him afterward. The divination had shown that the Wuji sect would be destroyed, but when it came to the holy burial ground, Su Mengyao couldn't divine it. The divination was chaotic. The fact that she couldn't divine it meant that there was a problem. Adding on the fact that Su Mengyao also had a bad feeling, Zichen didn't plan on bringing too many people to the holy burial ground. Footsteps rang out as everyone entered the palace. After a while, everyone was present, apart from old Gui and old man Mingqing, who were in seclusion to break through to the Earth origin realm. Everyone else was present. The news of the holy burial ground had already spread like wildfire. All the teams from the various powers had arrived, and everyone naturally knew the reason why Zichen had gathered everyone. All of them were filled with excitement and anticipation. The holy burial ground was known as the most mysterious place in the sky martial continent, second only to the lightning divine hall. At the top of the palace, Zichen looked at the excited crowd and said, "This time, I'll only bring a few people. The rest will stay in the sect and guard it." This result caused an uproar. Some couldn't believe it. "Brother-in-law, I'm afraid this arrangement of yours isn't appropriate. Everyone is bringing an army, and every team has over 100 people. If you only bring a few people, you won't be able to hold the fort when you encounter a precious treasure." Wang Shan said, "You should bring hundreds or thousands of people. You don't even need to fight. You can scare them to death. More people means more targets. Naturally, it'll be more dangerous. If a treasure really appears, then the one who obtains it will definitely be the strongest, not the more people." Seeing that Wang Shan still wanted to say something, Zichen said, "Say no more. I have already decided on this matter. Let's do it." In the Boundless sect, Zichen was the one with the highest authority. As long as Zichen nodded, no one could refute his words. Even if they did, it would be useless. Next, Zichen began to select people. The devil ape came from the holy burial ground, so Zichen would naturally bring him along. LV Peng was an array master. His attainments in array formations were extremely high. In the holy burial ground, if they encountered some array formations, he would be the one to break them. Su Mengyao was good at deduction and could find a way to survive in a dangerous place. Zhang Haotian was an expert in the Tao of assassination, and his concealment techniques were brilliant. He was suitable for seizing treasures in the midst of chaos. The spirit-devouring rats were born to hunt for treasures, so he naturally brought them along as well. In the end, he also brought along Longhu. The group of 6, plus Zichen's group of 7, prepared some essential elixirs and headed to the holy burial ground. Outside the holy burial ground, large and small powers had already arrived. The most prominent ones were the 5 elements powers. As long as the 5 families formed an alliance, it would be the strongest alliance on the martial heaven continent. After them were the powers comparable to the 5 elements families. There was the sword sect, the tyrant body bloodline, and other powers. The demonic beasts of the wasteland, the Wu family, and many other powerful families of the martial heaven continent naturally attracted the attention of countless people when Zichen's group arrived. In the current martial heaven continent, if one had to say who was the most famous, it would definitely be Zichen. Zichen was the most dazzling new star of the martial heaven continent. In front of Zichen, even an unrivaled spirit body would lose its luster. He's Zichen. He founded a large sect at such a young age, and he's even able to contend against the other powers. Zichen, the Boundless sect's master. After offending so many large powers, he's the only one who's still alive. Furthermore, he's living a carefree life. That's him. He killed several spirit bodies. Those are his friends. It's said that they aren't weak either. When Zichen arrived, everyone began to discuss him. Even the people beside Zichen became the subject of discussion. Zichen, you only brought these few people? An extremely surprised voice rang out. It was naturally the perfect body. There were no more than 10 people here who would take the initiative to greet Zichen. Quality, not quantity. Furthermore, we don't have enough resources and experts. We can't afford a chaotic battle. Zi Qin glanced at the ancient races in the distance and smiled. Over 100 ancient races had come this time. Other than the perfect body, Zi Qin also saw the barbarian god from back then. Both sides nodded in greeting. Right on the heels of that, 2 demons walked over from the desolate lands. They were Ape Lin and Ape Dragon. These 2 were Zi Chen's friends. There were many races among the demons, and almost all of them had come this time. The 2 of them represented the ape race, so there were dozens of them. However, in the outside world, the demons of the desolate lands were one family, so they stood together. After that, the Wu families Wu Yu also came to greet them. They also joined forces with other factions, forming an alliance of hundreds of people. Although the others didn't go forward, they nodded when Zi Chen's gaze swept past them. They were thanking Zi Chen for giving them the opportunity to enter the holy burial ground for free. When Zi Chen's gaze swept past the 5 Elements faction, although they didn't show any hostility, their expressions were relatively cold. Baldy, those are Buddhists. Devil Ape's surprised voice suddenly sounded. As Zi Chen looked over, he saw more than 20 monks standing alone in a distant place. Just as Zi Chen was looking at those monks, the group of monks also felt it and looked over. Zi Chen was surprised to see acquaintances among them. Seeing Zi Chen, the 2 monks took the initiative to walk over and saluted Zi Chen at the same time. Greetings, benefactor. Greetings, master. They were Ming Xian and Ming Ju. After greeting each other, Zi Chen asked, Master Ming Xian, did the good and evil monk come out? Do you have any news about him? This is also the reason why I came to find you, benefactor. Back then, you went to the holy land of Buddhism with the Arhat. Why did you come out alone? Ming Xian put his palms together and asked, So the monk hasn't come out yet. Zi Chen was stunned. He then briefly told them what had happened in the Buddhist ruins. I see. The Arhat must be comprehending the inheritance. There was obvious joy in the eyes of the 2 monks. They then saluted Zi Chen at the same time and thanked him repeatedly. Other than thanking Zi Chen for telling them about the monk's situation, they also wanted to thank Zi Chen for opening the holy burial ground. They met some friends. There were still a few days before the holy burial ground opened. Zi Chen didn't plan to force it open. He just wanted to wait patiently. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a certain place, and he couldn't help but frown. This was because there was a very eye-catching army at the edge of the human element group. It was a group of tall demons. They came uninvited. There were so many of them that they occupied an area. The other factions all stayed far away from them. Why are the demons here? I was talking about the human factions. I never said that the demons were allowed to come. Zi Chen's face was immediately filled with dissatisfaction. Devil Ape explained, they came to visit you before. They said that they were your friends in need. But you weren't here and we couldn't verify it, so we didn't make things difficult for them. Friends. The frowning Zi Chen suddenly noticed a strange beast among the demons. This beast was covered in black scales, and it looked like a combination of many different animals. It had the head of a lion, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of an elk, the scales of a dragon, and the tail of an ox. However, when all of these were combined, it formed an extremely majestic demon beast. That's a Qilin. Upon seeing this dignified demonic beast, Zi Chen's pupils couldn't help but constrict. This was because it resembled a legendary divine beast. That's not a divine beast, a Qilin, but a demonic Qilin. It's very rare among the demons, but it has extremely powerful combat strength. Its true combat strength is comparable to a heaven-splitting battle ape, explained the perfect body beside Zi Chen when he saw the demonic Qilin. Comparable to a heaven-splitting battle ape. Zi Chen was surprised. The devil ape's current combat strength was almost comparable to a spirit body. If the demonic Qilin's combat strength was comparable to a heaven-splitting battle ape, wouldn't that mean that it was comparable to a spirit body? As though guessing Zi Chen's thoughts, the perfect body said, spirit bodies aren't invincible. It has always been said that spirit bodies are invincible, apart from their combat strength not being weak. There's another reason that can't be ignored. It's because of their origins. As the largest faction in the Tianwu continent, who would dare kill them? Returning to the topic at hand, the perfect body said, I forgot to tell you, that demonic Qilin is indeed extraordinary. But what's truly extraordinary is its owner, the seventh princess of the royal family. Her combat strength is extraordinary, and she's also an extremely difficult character to deal with. She's very famous among the demons and suppresses the other princes and princesses. As he spoke, Ziqin saw a woman sitting on the demonic Qilin's back. She was dressed in a tight, black dress and had an indifferent expression. She looked noble and cold like a real queen. When Ziqin saw her appearance, he was immediately surprised. He hadn't expected to meet her here. From afar, the princess also saw Ziqin and signaled for the demonic Qilin to come forward. Beside the demonic Qilin, many demons followed and protected him. When they saw the princess move, they all followed. However, when the princess glanced at them indifferently, they all lowered their heads and obediently retreated. However, one person still followed. The demonic Qilin brought the princess over. Beside him was a middle-aged demon. At that moment, Ziqin's gaze was not on the princess, but on the middle-aged man beside her. If Ziqin guessed correctly, this middle-aged man should be the unfathomable Earth origin realm expert who had followed the princess back then. When Ziqin didn't kill the princess in the flame ancient castle, part of the reason was that he was a male chauvinist. However, there was another reason that couldn't be ignored. At that time, Ziqin did feel a sense of danger. Obviously, after that, Ziqin confirmed that the sense of danger came from the middle-aged demon in front of him. However, when an Earth origin realm expert arrived here, he would be the same as a human origin realm expert after suppressing his realm. If he died here, it wouldn't be worth it. Even the 5 elements forces didn't send an Earth origin realm expert this time, which showed that they were afraid of him. However, the princess in front of him didn't worry about dying. In addition to her courage, she was more confident. Chapter 1078. There were many princes and princesses in the demon race. They were like the dragon people in the desolate land and the spirit bodies in the 5-element factions. Be it their status or bloodline strength, they were superior in number. They were born to be lofty existences that countless people looked up to. Spirit bodies were only a general term for outsiders. If one really wanted to differentiate them, there was naturally a difference in strength and status. It was the same for the princes and princesses of the demon race. As for the noble and cold 7th princess, she belonged to the highest level. Such an existence was even more noble than a spirit body. Usually, when they saw humans, their eyes grew on top of their heads. However, today, the 7th princess took the initiative to greet a human. This made the perfect body reveal a look of surprise. In the demon race, many people could die because of a word from the princess. Among humans, the demon race's princess was an existence that they were extremely afraid of. However, today, Ziqin's answer to the princess surprised everyone. It's you. The holy burial ground opened in this area. I don't think I let you demons come, right? Ziqin raised his head slightly and looked at the princess, his eyes revealing some hostility. Last time, it was because of me that you gained so much. I thought you would be grateful. No matter what, we are still friends. The princess looked down at Ziqin with a faint smile. Friends? Ziqin revealed a mocking expression and sneered. Have you ever seen anyone become friends with someone who betrays their friends? Ziqin was naturally referring to what had happened in the Flame Castle. At that time, almost all the people from the large factions had died. Even those who had not died had been trapped in the castle and taken away by Ziqin. Only he, the princess, and a few demon guards knew the truth. If not for the princess's hint, it would have been impossible for that matter to be leaked. Similarly, the Infinity Sect would not have faced the calamity of being destroyed. That matter was just a misunderstanding. Of course, I'm not here today to clarify the misunderstanding. I'm just here to make a deal with you. Without waiting for the princess to finish speaking, Zi-Chen immediately waved his hand and said, I won't make a deal with the demon race. Your wishful thinking is wrong. These are the rewards for the transaction. The princess ignored Zi-Chen's refusal. With a flash of light, for black stones appeared in her hands. Others might not know about it, but Zi-Chen naturally knew the value of the black stone. It was the key to evolving a spirit weapon into an earthly spirit weapon. The crystal in her hand was the demon race's brilliant demon crystal. She had once told Zi-Chen that the brilliant demon crystal was divided into 3 grades: mortal, extreme, and saint. At this moment, there were 4 pieces of brilliant devil crystals in her palm. 3 of them were top grade and 1 was saint grade. If they were exchanged for soul weapons, they would be 2 ownerless peak soul weapons. Seeing these brilliant demon crystals, Zi-Chen's expression changed. All of this seemed to be within the princess's expectations. She smiled and said, This is to thank you for giving us the opportunity to come in. Only half of it. After the transaction is completed, you will have the other half. What is that? Seeing Zi-Chen's expression change, the others asked in confusion. Brilliant demon crystals, Zi-Chen whispered. He stared at the princess and asked, What kind of transaction? The princess smiled and jumped off the demon Kirin's back. She then extended her slender finger and pointed at the holy burial ground in the distance. She said, You should be able to see that the demon image on the gate is not carved. It is sealed on it. I need the power inside. Zi-Chen looked at the princess and did not immediately agree. The princess explained, The demon image that can be sealed on the gate of the holy burial ground has a very high status in the demon race. They have been dead for so many years, but their power has not dissipated. This is the purest demon power. It is very useful for my cultivation. Zi-Chen turned his head and looked at the demon ape. The demon ape said, Yes, the power is very pure. There's power on both gates. You need to absorb it all, Zi-Chen said. Of course, I can absorb it all, but I have a brother here, the princess said. We talked about it, and we agreed to split it in half. Zi-Chen thought for a moment and finally said, 30%. I need 30% of the demon power. You should give it to the sky-splitting battle ape. But 30% is not enough. I can only give you 10% at most. Zi-Chen shook his head and said firmly 30%. It has to be 30%. 20%. Zi-Chen did not say anything. This time, it was the princess who fell into deep thought. She hesitated for a long time, which showed the importance of 30% of the power. Okay, 30% it is, but you and your companions must help me. The princess finally made up her mind and nodded. What do you need us to do? I need your people to guard outside and not let anyone in until we successfully take away the power. Okay. After discussing the distribution of benefits, the following details were quickly resolved. Zi-Chen, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. The princess turned around and smiled. Then she rode Emo Lin away. Beside her, the middle-aged man took a deep look at Zi-Chen. Brilliant demon crystal. Zi-Chen, this is really a brilliant demon crystal that can transform a soul weapon. The perfect body asked anxiously after the princess left. I've seen it before. It shouldn't be fake, Zi-Chen said. The perfect body asked excitedly, Then can you sell one to me? Zi-Chen said with a smile, Why would I sell it? I'll give you one. With that said, Zi-Chen threw a piece to the perfect body. The perfect body caught it with a look of disbelief, but he felt that it was too valuable, so he wanted to return it. Take it. These things aren't of much use to us at the moment. Besides, we don't lack this peace, Zichen said. The perfect body thanked him profusely, indicating that he wanted to help the demons with Zichen. Be careful. I have a feeling that woman is up to no good, Su Mengyao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. Zichen nodded solemnly. After that, Zichen gestured for the Boundless Sect's army stationed here to seal off the area and prevent other factions from entering. During this period of time, the demon princess led more than 100 demons and approached the ancient castle. After letting the demons pass, the army blocked the other factions outside. This instantly attracted the displeasure of the others, as all sorts of shouts sounded. Everyone calm down. We're just opening the door first, LV Peng explained to everyone. If you're just opening the door, why aren't you letting us pass? Why are you blocking us outside? That's right. Are you doing something shameful? Everyone naturally didn't believe it as they shouted loudly. Everyone, don't worry. It's just opening a door. It won't affect the matter of entering the holy burial ground. As for why I'm stopping you, it's because I'm afraid that you will cause trouble midway and ruin things, thus delaying the opening of the castle door. LV Peng explained patiently. In front of the ancient castle, a group of demons began to move. They began to carve and draw on the ground. At the same time, they threw out array platforms one after another, placing them in all directions. What are they doing? Zichen and the others were puzzled by the demon's actions. When they asked the demon ape, the latter said that he didn't understand either. Call LV Peng over. Don't worry about those people. Let him see what's going on with this array, Zichen transmitted. Soon, LV Peng arrived and carefully observed the demons carving the array. After a moment, LV Peng gave an uncertain answer. This array is related to power, but I'm not sure if it's a power extraction array. Demon ape, can the power inside really be extracted? Zichen asked again. The demon ape shook his head. I'm not a true demon, so I don't know much about demons. There are no records of arrays in my inherited memories, so I'm not sure if I can extract it. No one understood. They could only watch as the demons worked. After 2 hours, the array was finished. All right, you can begin. The princess walked over and said to Zichen, you need to designate a location and then inject power into the array. By the way, I also invited a few people. Get your men to let them in. Zichen turned his head and saw the spirits of the 5 Elements faction flying over. Apart from that, there was also Jianxin and the Overlord body. These were all spirits, so the Infinity Sect's guards couldn't stop them at all. However, to Zichen's surprise, other than these people, there was also Monk Ming Xan, the Ape Dragon, and the Draconian Demon. These people were almost the entire Tianwu continent's top geniuses from the large factions. Their strength was naturally top-notch. They flew over, and the Infinity Sect's guards chased after them. Zichen waved his hand and sent a voice transmission, indicating for the guards to leave. Apart from Su Mengyao, a group of existences comparable to spirits, Zichen's group of 6, and the perfect body stood at the array formation's core, preparing to inject power into it. The middle-aged demon walked forward until he reached the nomological force in front of the ancient castle. The demon extended his hand forward, and there was a white bead in his palm. As a wisp of power was injected into the bead, beams of light fanned out towards the nomological force in front of him. Immediately after, a suction force seemed to emit from the light. The nomological force followed the fan-shaped light and floated towards the white bead. This white bead was actually absorbing rule force, which made everyone's expression become extremely surprised. After 15 minutes, the nomological force in front of the castle was completely absorbed by the white bead. The middle-aged demon put away the bead and nodded at the princess. All right, everyone, get ready, the princess said before glancing at the male demon at the array core beside her. The man was extremely handsome and cold. After appearing, he didn't interact with Zichen and company. His expression was very arrogant. The man nodded and shouted, "Activate the array." With that said, the array cores began to glow. Following that, pure demonic power surged out from the array cores. The array patterns under everyone's feet lit up one after another, accumulating quite a bit of demonic power. "All right, exert your strength." The princess also shouted and pressed her palm on the array core. The pure demonic power in her body surged towards the array patterns like a flood. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.